opening ceremony of the International Conference on Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to extend our warmest greetings to the Honorable Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darojat M.Bus Ph.D., the Honorable Government Assistant for Communities Welfare of Bali, Bapak I.Gede Indra Dewa Putra SEMM, the Head of Institute of Research and Community Service of Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Anda Dewi Artati Padmo Putri M.A. Ph.D., the conference host, Professor Daryono S.H. M.A. Ph.D., the Honorable Rectors of Universities in Bali and representative of UTE's partner, our distinguished speakers, Dr. Martin Dougiamas, the founder of Moodle and the CEO, Professor Dr. Tian Belawati, M.Ed, Ph.D., Professor as Universitas Terbuka, Professor Benedict du Boulay, Emeritus Professor of Artificial Intelligence, University of Sussex, Professor Patricia B. Arinto, Dean, University of the Philippines, Visayas, Tacloban College, Dr. Ethel Joan Atienza from Innotech CMO, Dr. Sridhar Sunkad, Regional Director of EON Reality, which will be with us virtually today. All delegates, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to us all. Welcome to Anwar Beach Resort Bali for the opening ceremony of the International Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning 2022 INNODEL. I would like to welcome to those of you who are joining us virtually through Zoom meeting as well. My name is Trixie, and it is my great pleasure to be your host on this very beautiful morning. 2022 INNODEL brings together professors, researchers, experts who have dedicated their life on the open and distance education right here at the heart of Kuta, Bali. It is indeed the perfect place to have professional discussions and excursion. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our opening ceremony, let us take a moment to pray to the Almighty God. We may start our prayer. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to get to know Universitas Terbuka better, let us watch Universitas Terbuka company profile.
Opening your eyes to the importance of education. For the younger generation, as they have the same rights to continue their education to a higher level. Growing in knowledge, enhancing good character, and to have a brighter future. Universitas Terbuka is established to make the dreams of young men and women from all corners of the country come true through the distance higher education system to meet the ever-changing demands of industrial and technological development in the 21st century.
Dengan diresmikannya Universitas Terbuka.
Universitas Terbuka is a pioneer of world-quality distance higher education, which is supported by professional lecturers who are experienced in their own field of expertise. Universitas Terbuka has also made numerous innovations to solve current educational challenges by applying a digital learning ecosystem to build capable and quality future leaders.
Hampir 4 dasawarsa UT mengabdi untuk bangsa. Universitas Terbuka mewujudkan pendidikan tinggi untuk semua.
With the long experience of carrying out our mission of providing equal access to higher education for everyone in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka has proven to be a trusted public higher education institution. Our graduates have successfully applied their knowledge into their chosen career fields as either professionals or entrepreneurs. As of 2022, UT has a student body of just over 350,000. As a cyber university who teaches and applies the latest technology, Universitas Terbuka has 4 faculties, including the Faculty of Economics, the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, the Faculty of Science and Technology, and the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training. As a successful distance higher education institution, UT has received various awards and achievements. For instance, the Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darojat, was elected by acclamation as the President of Asian Association of Open Universities for the period of 2020 to 2022. Time and time again, UT continues to make important innovations by using the most advanced communication technology and information available in each of its programs. Through the implementation of lifelong learning, UT also provides certificate programs and tuition-free programs such as open educational resources, as well as free lectures to be accessed by everyone. Limitation is not a hindrance for people to continue their education to a higher level, because education is a fundamental human right for everyone that can be accessed easily. This is Universitas Terbuka, always thinking forward, always open to diversity.
Pendidikan tinggi bagi semua anak negeri.
Universitas Terbuka menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Universitas Terbuka. 2022 INNODEL was made possible by our sponsors, Bank Mandiri, Telkom Indonesia, Gramedia Printing Group, BRI, Microsoft, Acer, EON Reality, and many others. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the island of Bali has been known all over the world for the energetic and interesting dance. Sekar Jagat is one of our traditional dances derived from the word sekar, which means flowers, and Jagat, which means the world. The movement in Sekar Jagat represents peace in the universe, as well as describing pleasant environment in the fragrance of flowers. Ladies and gentlemen, Sekar Jagat. gentlemen. A round of applause for Tari Sekar Jagat. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the welcoming remark from the Government Assistance for Communities Welfare of Bali. Please welcome Bapak Igede Indra Dewa Putra, SIMM.
Bapak Ibu sekalian saya hormati, kami permaklumkan Bapak Dr. Wayan Koster, Gubernur Bali tidak bisa dilangsung karena saat bersamaan beliau menerima tamu kunjungan dari Komisi Yudisial dan siang hari beliau ada tugas ke Jakarta dan lanjut ke sebagai pembicara di kampus ITB Bandung. Gitu. Mohon izin kami mendapat tugas mendadak mewakili Bapak Gubernur memenuhi undangan dari Universitas Terbuka dan sekaligus mohon izin membacakan sambutan Gubernur Bali dalam bahasa Indonesia. Mohon izin ya. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam Namo Buddhaya, salam Rahayu. Yang terhormat Menteri Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset dan Teknologi Republik Indonesia. Yang saya hormati Rector Universitas Terbuka, Bapak Profesor Ojat, Darojat, Ph.D. bersama para Vice Rector, gitu ya. Para narasumber dari dalam maupun luar negeri, hadirin dan seluruh peserta seminar yang saya banggakan. Mengawali sambutan ini, marilah kita haturkan puja pangastuti angayu bagya kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa karena di pagi yang indah ini kita diberikan kesempatan dan kesehatan mengikuti acara Seminar Internasional Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning. Atas nama pemerintah Provinsi Bali, kami memberikan apresiasi pelaksanaan seminar internasional yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas Terbuka. Bapak Ibu sekalian, para hadirin, khususnya dari Universitas Terbuka, Pak Rector, terima kasih mendatangkan peserta ke Bali. Ini memberikan semangat bagi Bali untuk pulih kembali pasca pandemi COVID kemarin. Saya kira konferensi tingkat tinggi G20 kemarin menunjukkan bahwa Bali aman, nyaman, dan sebagai destinasi favorit ya, dunia untuk bisa berkunjung, berlibur, sekaligus mengadakan pertemuan. Ya. Sekali lagi terima kasih dan kami berikan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya kepada Pak Rector. Hadirin yang saya hormati, pemerintah Bali melalui visi Nangun Satkerti Loko Bali melalui pola pembangunan semesta berencana menuju Bali era baru yang mengandung makna menjaga kesucian, keharmonisan alam Bali beserta isinya untuk mewujudkan kehidupan kramo Bali. Kramo itu artinya masyarakat ya. Kramo Bali yang sejahtera, bahagia, skala niskala. Skala niskala itu artinya lahir batin gitu ya. Sesuai dengan prinsip Trisakti Bung Karno, berdaulat secara politik, berdikari secara ekonomi, berkepribadian dalam kebudayaan melalui pembangunan secara terpola, menyeluruh, terencana, terarah, terintegrasi dalam bingkai negara kesatuan Republik Indonesia berdasarkan nilai-nilai Pancasila 1 Juni 1945. Visi ini mencakup 3 dimensi utama. Dimensi pertama, menjaga keseimbangan alam, kramo Bali dan kebudayaan Bali serta Jinyu Bali. Dimensi kedua, terpenuhinya kebutuhan hidup, harapan dan aspirasi kramo Bali dalam berbagai aspek kehidupan. Dan dimensi ketiga, tercapainya manajemen risiko, mengantisipasi, menghadapi munculnya permasalahan dan tantangan baru dalam tataran lokal, nasional, global yang berdampak positif maupun negatif terhadap kondisi masyarakat Bali di masa mendatang. Dalam implementasi visi Nangun Satketi Loko Bali tertuang dalam misi 6 RPJMD Semesta Berencana 2018-2023, mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang berdaya saing tinggi, yaitu berkualitas, berintegritas, bermutu, profesional, dan bermoral, serta memiliki jati diri yang kokoh yang dikembangkan berdasarkan nilai-nilai kearifan lokal Kramo Bali. Bahwa membangun pendidikan bermutu untuk menghasilkan SDM berkualitas, unggul, dan berintegritas menjadi salah satu prioritas, terutama menghadapi tantangan di era digital saat ini. Melalui pendidikan yang bermutu, diharapkan dapat mewujudkan SDM unggul yang memiliki potensi global, memiliki jati diri sebagai warga Bali, berkualitas, berintegritas, berdasarkan nilai-nilai kearifan lokal Bali, yaitu Satkerti. Sejalan dengan itu, tentu kami terus meningkatkan daya saing SDM Bali adalah menerapkan antara lain digitalisasi melalui sektor pendidikan. Hadirin saya hormati, pandemi COVID-19 selama 2 tahun terakhir ini memberikan dampak yang luar biasa terhadap berbagai sektor termasuk pendidikan. Sejak awal pandemi, pola pembelajaran telah berubah secara masif. Proses pembelajaran yang mestinya dilaksanakan secara tatap muka berubah menjadi sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh atau daring. Dan sekarang mulai beranjak ke pola pembelajaran secara hybrid atau gabungan antara pembelajaran tatap muka dan pembelajaran daring. Di sisi lain, pandemi COVID-19 mengajarkan banyak hal kepada kita. Selain mencuci tangan, menggunakan masker, dan menjaga jarak, kita dipaksa lebih cepat, adaptif dengan perubahan, dan memanfaatkan teknologi dalam seluruh sendi kehidupan, termasuk proses belajar mengajar. Pemanfaatan teknologi informasi dalam pendidikan adalah suatu keniscayaan, bukan karena adanya pandemi COVID-19 yang memaksa dunia pendidikan beralih dari pembelajaran tatap muka menjadi pembelajaran jarak jauh, tapi juga tantangan dari revolusi industri 4.0. Hal tersebut mengubah pandangan pembelajaran konvensional menjadi pembelajaran berbasis digital. Model pembelajaran berkembang dalam bentuk pembelajaran elektronik, buku elektronik, dan kelas online. Berdasarkan peta jalan ekonomi Kerti Bali menuju Bali era baru, tujuan pembangunan pendidikan di Bali mewujudkan SDM Bali yang unggul, cerdas, berkarakter kuat, memiliki kompetensi global, bernalar kritis dan kreatif, serta berperilaku sesuai nilai-nilai Pancasila, melaksanakan falsafah Trihita Krana. Untuk itu, dilakukan peningkatan dan pemetaan mutu layanan pendidikan, mempercepat digitalisasi pendidikan di Bali melalui pemanfaatan teknologi informasi komunikasi. Hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati, pemerintah Bali sejak tahun 2018 terus berupaya menerapkan digitalisasi pada sektor pendidikan dengan meluncurkan inovasi dan terobosan berupa: 1. Meluncurkan papan ketik atau keyboard aksara Bali untuk melestarikan aksara dan budaya Bali melalui teknologi digital, mengembangkan laboratorium aksara Bali dengan adanya papan ketik atau keyboard aksara Bali, membuat belajar menulis aksara Bali lebih mudah dan menyenangkan. Yang kedua, penerapan sistem pembelajaran kombinasi atau hybrid, gabungan pembelajaran tatap muka dan daring, sehingga meningkatkan efisiensi, efektivitas pembelajaran, meminimalkan waktu, jarak, dan ruang, serta mengatasi kekurangan guru dan ruang belajar. Yang ketiga, pemasangan free WiFi Bali Smart Island di SMA, SMK, dan SLB se-Bali, sehingga memberikan akses internet kepada seluruh peserta didik dan masyarakat sekitar sekolah. Yang keempat, pelatihan pembuatan media, pembelajaran berbasis teknologi informasi bagi guru SMA, SMK, dan SLB se-Bali, dengan tujuan meningkatkan keterampilan guru, mengembangkan bahan ajar dan materi pembelajaran berbasis teknologi informasi. Yang kelima, penerapan penerimaan peserta didik baru jenjang SMA, SMK negeri se-Bali secara online yang memudahkan masyarakat, orang tua dalam mendaftarkan anaknya ke jenjang SMA, SMK. Yang keenam, pembangunan studio mini pada Dinas Pendidikan Kepemudaan Olahraga yang dapat digunakan oleh seluruh pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan di Bali untuk pengembangan bahan dan modul pembelajaran. Yang ketujuh, penerapan pembelajaran berbasis virtual reality yang memberikan pengalaman belajar baru yang menyenangkan sehingga diharapkan dapat meningkatkan efisiensi, efektivitas pembelajaran. Yang kedelapan, mengembangkan layanan digitalisasi pendidikan, mendukung pembelajaran jarak jauh atau daring di Bali melalui pembangunan portal Bali Melajah, sehingga meningkatkan efisiensi, efektivitas pembelajaran, meminimalkan jarak waktu, ruang, serta memudahkan akses pembelajaran belajar dapat dilakukan kapan dan di mana saja. Hadirin yang saya banggakan, demikian yang dapat kami sampaikan. Semoga Yang Dewasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa memberikan kesehatan, jalan terang kepada kita semua, sehingga konferensi atau internasional konferensi pada hari ini bisa berjalan dengan lancar, menghasilkan keputusan-keputusan yang bermanfaat bagi kita semua untuk meningkatkan kualitas SDM di masing-masing negara. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Gubernur Bali, Wayan Koster. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Bapak Igede Indradewa Putra, for the remark. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to move on to our next agenda for the welcoming and opening speech by the Rector of Universitas Terbuka. Please welcome Profesor Ojat Darojat M.Bus, Ph.D.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Honorary Igede Indradewa Putra, SMM, the Province of Bali, thank you very much for your speech. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia, represented by the Director of Learning and Students Affairs, Ibu Sri Gunani, Ph.D., that will join with us virtually. And then representative from Udayana University, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and IKIP Saraswati Tabanan. Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Universitas Terbuka, Mr. Muhammad Yunus. The Head of Institute of Research and Community Services, Universitas Terbuka, Ibu Dewi Arti Padma Putri, Ph.D., and the conference chairs, Prof. Daryono, Ph.D. Distinguished speakers, Dr. Martin Dougiamas, the founder and CEO of Moodle. Thank you so much for your coming. And then Professor Insinyur Tian Belawati, Ph.D. from Universitas Terbuka, Indonesia. Professor Benedict du Boulay, Emeritus Professor from Artificial Intelligence, University of Sussex, United Kingdom. Professor Patricia, Arinto, the Dean, University of the Philippines, Visayas, Tacloban College. Mr. Sridhar Sunkad, Regional Director, EON Reality from Singapore, that will join with us also virtually. Dr. Ethel Joan Atensa from INNODEL, CMU, and all the speakers of the INNODEL Workshop 2022, conference presenters and participants. On behalf of Universitas Terbuka, I would like to express my gratitude for your participations in the second annual International Conference on Innovations in Open and Distance Learning 2022. Held in one of the nominees of the World Heritage Center, Denpasar, Bali, known as the historical traditional Balinese island, combined with the richness of its cultural facets. It has been a very great honor and pleasure for us to be able to host you at this esteemed annual conference, where we will share insights and best practices for the betterment of open and distance learning, not only in Asia, but all over the world. Attendance. For this conference, we particularly highlight the emerging technology in open and distance educations, inclusiveness, equity, and quality in educations, notably in the purview of ODL. The theme is suitable with the rapid advancements in technology for learnings, since there are indeed plenty of opportunities for ODL institutions to explore and expand the capability of ODL as a vehicle for inclusive and equitable educations. This theme is also in line with one of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, set by the United Nations. Universitas Terbuka, the pioneer of distance education in Indonesia, has served the nations for 38 years. We reach our students all over Indonesia and in several countries. And up to 2022, we have 2 million alumni, most of whom are teachers in primary educations. We have reached the unreached by the providing of higher education possible for adults with job, families, and other social commitments. Today, with around 425 students, UT makes every effort to provide inclusive, equitable, and qualified education for all. Ladies and gentlemen, UT has successful experiences in hosting some prestigious world conferences, such as the 24th ICD World Conference in 2011, the ICD Scope President Summit in 2014, and 3 AOU annual conferences back in 1990, 2005, and 2017. We strongly believe this forum will give you a memorable academic experience, provide plenty of opportunities for academic publications, and develop a new network for collaborative research. We hope this conference may also illuminate some philosophical and practical issues regarding emerging technology for open and distant educations. Lastly, I wish you a fruitful and agile conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you, Bapak Ojat, for the warm welcome. Please remain on the stage as we would like to have you officially open 2022 INNODEL. Accompany Professor Ojat, we would like to humbly invite the Government Assistant for Communities Welfare of Bali, Bapak Ed.D. Indra Dewa Putra. Ladies and gentlemen, Rector of Universitas Terbuka and Governor of Bali, represented by the Government Assistant for Communities Welfare of Bali. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us do a countdown from 3. 3, 2, 1. 2022 INNODEL is now officially open. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay on the stage as Universitas Terbuka would like to present a token of appreciation. It would be presented by the Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darojat, M.Bus, Ph.D. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Professor Ojat and Bapak Ed.D. Indra Dewa Putra, please kindly remain on the stage as we would proceed to the photo session. Therefore, I would like to invite the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of UT, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, SSMA, the Head of Institute of Research and Community Service, Dr. Randa Dewi Artati Padmo Putri, M.A. Ph.D., the Conference Chair, Professor Daryono S.H., M.A. Ph.D., and the Director of Denpasar Regional Office, Bapak Agus Tatang Sopandi, SSN, MPD. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, 2022 INNODEL has prepared a video of our conference virtual tour. Please enjoy 2022 INNODEL. Ladies and gentlemen, for your kind information, everyone here is invited to our lunch right after our first plenary session and also to our gala dinner tonight. Before we continue to the first plenary session, you are welcome for a coffee break. You're also welcome to visit our exhibition at the other side of the room. Please return to your seat for the plenary session at 10 o'clock. Thank you, and we will see you again in the first plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome for a coffee break for 15 minutes and please return to your seat at 10:15. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session 1 is going to start shortly. Please kindly return to your seats. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session 1 is going to start in 5 minutes. Please kindly return to your seats. Thank you.
Cek mic, cek. Ha.
it's a bit early for the trance rave. So I had pet kangaroos as a child, and you can see I lived with the Aboriginals until I was about 12 years old, the Australian Aboriginals. My school work would come to me on an aeroplane. Every few weeks I would get correspondence, pieces of paper sent to me. And the rest of the time I talked to my class, which was spread out over an area the size of Spain, over shortwave radio with a 10-meter high antenna. And when I, later when I got to Perth, the first computers I was using looked like this, very early computers, basic. And I have a background in computer science and education. The computer science was first because I really got into technology and computers first. And then while working at a university, I started to get into education and did masters and a Ph.D. So a little bit about Moodle. The mission is about empowering educators. How many people here are educators? Can I have some hands? How many of you are educators in your general life? Yes, teachers mostly? About half of you at least. And we are very driven by values. Moodle is a project. It's not a company as such. We do have a company, but the company only exists to look after the Moodle project. It's an open source software project. We're not a proprietary company just trying to make money. If we do have any money, it's to pay people to work on free software. And the Moodle company is around 250 people around the world. In many parts of the world, Moodle is the default learning management system. So these are different continents. Oh, you can't see it on the screen for some reason. That's weird. Oh, there it is. And you can see in Africa and South America and Asia, all the orange, that's Moodle compared to other things. And we have a lot of different products that work together. A couple I'll highlight. The learning management system that you know is the main one, but we also have our own online university, which is free, called Moodle Academy. If you want to learn how to use Moodle or learn how to teach online, come to moodle.academy. And we have MoodleNet, which is a place for collecting resources, OER, and we have apps and things like that as well, and it's all free. So recently we released Moodle 4, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about Moodle features because you can look them up on our website, but we worked a lot on the usability. So I think a lot of you, particularly if you're at UT, you're still using 3.11. 4.0 brings a new interface, and a lot of work on the way navigation works, work on the dashboard, the way the course works, and there's a whole new course experience with this menu on the side. Oh, sorry, this screen seems a bit delayed. I'm not sure that's working up there. Oh, there we go. No? Okay. Okay, I'll go through this video, I won't show that. Sorry, something's not working on the screen up there. So yeah, you can see here a little bit how it feels. We've got this new menu on the side, and it's a very clear, open sort of interface. It looks the same on mobile and on your computer screen, and it's a very clean, modern feeling interface. And a lot of people are liking it. There's a report builder, there's integration with Big Blue Button, which is a free video conferencing, and a lot of other things. In Moodle 4.1, the next release after that, because the 4.0 was in May, and yesterday we released 4.1. And 4.1 has a new text editor. We're using Tiny MCE, which is a quite popular external editor. It's still a text editor, but because it's not our editor anymore. It's someone else. It's another project. It has a lot of new plugins and functionality that come with it. You can now actually, with Big Blue Button, invite people into your course from outside. They don't have to be from the university. They don't need an account. There's new report builder things as well, and so on, and a lot of little details here. I'm going to flip through very quickly because I've got a lot to talk about. So that gives you a little bit of an idea. There's also a new database activity improvements. So in the database activity, who here uses the database activity? Anybody in a Moodle course? No? So that's very powerful. You can create pretty much, you can create a lot of things yourself with a database activity. Anytime you want to collect information or have students putting information together into a collection, you can design what information, how it looks, and all kinds of things. And we've improved it now so that there are new presets built in to help you make really nice looking image collections or collections of 3D objects or GPS coordinates or anything like that. So that really opens up some of the possibilities for your courses. The gradebook has been improved. There's a new plugin for the gradebook that lets you see things by user and by activity in a new way, and you can navigate around the gradebook, and it's much faster, and it works great on a mobile as well. So if you need to check grades on a little screen, you can do that more easily than you could before, especially when you have a lot of people. And more and more and more, and there's a lot of things, and you can get an idea for what it looks like. A lot of improvements in the quiz as well, and so on. So I'll skip through the rest of this. Now, let me talk about the future. So Moodle will keep developing for many years, and it will keep adding new things, we'll keep working on the user interface for years. But the design of Moodle won't change that much. It's a very big piece of software. It's 20 years old. It has a structure, it has an architecture, and it's going to keep doing what it's doing. But the world we live in now has a lot of new technologies and a lot of new things going on. And I want to tell you about some of that. So here are some of the trends that we're seeing in the world of technology on our planet. This is where we all live. The first thing is, does anybody know what, come on, wake up. There we go. Anybody know what that is? Close. Someone said mitochondria. It's a cell. A single cell from a mammal like us. Right? We are made of cells, all of us. Now, cells emerged on Earth around 3.8 billion years ago. Those cells, it's really weird. Part of the picture is showing and part of it isn't, but it's fine on my screen. I don't know what's going on, but if I go backwards and forwards, it seems to fix. So I'll pardon my flickering, I'm just trying to fix the screen. So cells came together as multicellular organisms around 1.7 billion years ago. I want to point out that almost all of the pictures I'm going to use in my presentation have been generated by AI. So the first animals are around 600 million years ago. The first humans were around 2 million years ago. Whoops, there we go. The first modern humans, Homo sapiens, is around 200,000 years ago only. Each one of those humans, and each one of us, is around 100 trillion cells working together. Right now, you're sitting there, and I'm here, and we are 100 trillion cells each. Now, those cells are talking to each other with around 23 different types of communication. They use electricity, they use chemicals, they use physical proximity. There's all these different methods. The cells don't know about each other. They're too small to know anything. They just putting out signals. And yet, all together, we form living beings. In our brains, 85 billion neurons. So the thing that we teach with and the thing that we are educating is 85 billion neurons makes a brain. So back to humans in our journey, we started in Africa by the best available knowledge we have. We started in Africa and we spread across the world. And you can see here we got to this part of the world around 30,000 years ago. Humans only got to New Zealand 1,500 years ago, not very long at all. And Homo sapiens won over some other human types who were around, Homo neanderthals, Homo erectus. We're the winners of the human race, but we've only spread around the world quite recently. Now, why am I telling you all this? Because there's been a trend of things coming together. Right? Cells coming together into bigger and more complicated creatures. And now these organisms that are walking around the earth, not just humans, but all the animals and all the plants, we're coming together into organizations. And so there's a trend now of us forming companies and countries and all kinds of organizations, universities. There was an industrial revolution, and then 80 years ago we invented the first programmable computers. 50 years ago we started the internet. And that internet today looks something like this, if you were to try and draw the internet. You know, to me, that picture of the internet, which is millions and millions of electrical connections between people, it looks like a bit like a brain, right? Now, our population has been soaring. A lot of you, when you were born, we only had like 3 billion people in the world. Now we have 8. Incredible, isn't it? And we are going to top off. We are going to end up around 11, 12 billion because actually birth rates are dropping. What's the main reason why birth rates are dropping? Anybody know? Education. When people are educated, they have less children. It's just a natural effect. So, this is interesting that we, as a species, are connecting the Earth. We're connecting ourselves. The planet is 8 billion people, soon to be 10 or 11 billion people, who are connected through electricity, internet, computers, technology. Now, sometimes we use laptops. We're also wiring ourselves up with wearables. We have headphones, right? Audio streaming off the internet. We have watches with notifications about what's happening out on the internet. We have VR glasses so we can actually look into digital worlds. This is augmented reality glasses that actually exists today. Here's another one. This one was just announced last week. This is a very lightweight. Now, how many of you are wearing glasses today? A lot of you. Now, if you could upgrade your glasses, which every morning you take off the side of your bed and you put on your face, if you could upgrade that and have the internet there, you probably would, right? And Apple are saying their iPhone they won't have an iPhone in 10 years because they're going to have glasses instead. And what will you do with these glasses? You can look through, you can see things. I mean, it would be very useful for me here in Indonesia to see a live translation into English when someone is talking in Bahasa. We could communicate a lot better. This is someone learning can't see. Learning on a piano. These images are not working here on the streaming, I'm sorry. I'm changing things, but okay, we can see some people working on a model there, but the slides are not working, guys. The screen, it's not working. Now it's gone. Let's try again. This augmented reality is actually coming at us quite fast, and it's going to be something that's part of, if you have a phone, if you can afford a phone, you probably afford glasses in the future. Apple will be releasing theirs early next year. And if a big company like Apple, which is one of the top 6 companies in the world in size, is putting all their effort into this, if Facebook rebrand to Meta, you know there's something in this field that's coming. Okay, my slides have gone completely now. Now, I was going to show you a little bit of the state of the art. Is that? I think we've got some brokenness over there. Do you need some time? All right, well, look, I'm just going to carry on. I'm actually showing you a really great video of augmented reality in action. Yeah. So this is someone playing a kind of a game. Here we go. So this is sort of a game, and you see the mixture of digital and real world happening at the same time here, right? Now, it can go bad. Imagine this scenario. This is a fake video, but somebody is showing how this could look bad. This is a dystopia, if you like, where you have a lot of commercial things happening in your glasses, you know, a lot of advertising, a lot of noise, a lot of clutter. Like, it could be pretty horrible. And that's not really a future I want to live in. I think it's important as human beings that we retain our sanity, our calm, and be connected. So for me, rather than rather than making us separate from reality, there is a potential for augmented reality to bring us closer to reality. As I said, if I had translation happening in my glasses, that would bring me closer to you, because I could look you in the face and have a conversation, and you're speaking to me in Indonesian, and I can understand you and we can talk, right? Right now I have to look at my phone or look at another device, but if we could just talk, that would be great. That's connecting us more. So there is a lot of possibility, but what I worry is that corporates, big profit-focused companies, are going to put noise and bad things in here. And if you can see, you know, it'd be advertising and things that you won't even be able to fully control. So that's something we want to avoid. I'm not going to talk about brain implants, which are coming. Robots are definitely coming. In about, I would say, less than 5 years, you could have a robot like this cleaning your kitchen. And who doesn't want someone else to clean the kitchen? These are already working, and this prototype is using AI to the level which it's learned about the world, and an engineer said to it, "Oh, I'm hungry. Sorry, I'm hungry," and the robot went and got a banana from the kitchen and brought it back to him. The robot was not trained to do that. It just used logic the same way a person would. To go, oh, well, you're hungry. Hungry, you need food to fix hunger. A banana is a food. There is a banana in the kitchen. I will go and get the banana. And it just worked it out like a human would. Now let's talk a little bit about AI. Artificial intelligence, in the 50s when it started, it was very exciting, AI was, but it mostly just did basic things like playing chess. Then there was machine learning. You may notice your email was getting filtered into folders automatically, and spam was being removed. That was in the 90s and the 2000s. But recently, even in the last couple of years, there's been enormous breakthroughs in deep learning. And we're seeing incredible stuff. 11 years ago, an AI won Jeopardy, the US game show by beating the very best Jeopardy player of all time. 6 years ago, AI won Go. Now, games are quite good for early AI work because this AI that beat the world's best player at Go was never taught how to play Go. It learned itself by playing against itself. It played itself millions of times and it got good at Go. And then it beat the best human in the world. A couple of months ago, an AI solved the protein folding problem for every known protein on Earth, 200 million proteins. Now, a few years ago, solving one of those would be a Ph.D. or a life's work for a human. And a bot solved all 200 million in a month, probably a lot less. In fact, one of the COVID vaccines, the Moderna one, was actually created in the first 2 days at the beginning of the pandemic. And then it took 10 months of regulation and testing. But an AI created that vaccine very, very quickly. And now we have AIs that do all sorts of things. And I want to show you a little bit of what that can do. So I talked about generating some images. I'm going to make an image. Yell out some things you want to see a picture of. I want to hear some suggestions. Come on. A smile, a good one. Give me 2 more words.
Cat.
A hat?
Cat.
A cat. Okay. One more. I got smile and cat. Love. Okay. That's very tricky. All right. Let's say a smiling cat who is in love. Now that's going to be very difficult, but let's try it. Now, this AI has been trained on billions of images from around the internet. Okay, this is saying that's an unsafe image, so it wouldn't show it to me. That's very good, as I'm at a conference. Well, let's make another one. Now, that is not cut and paste. That image never existed before. This is equivalent to me saying to you, draw a cat or draw a dog, and you can probably draw a dog or a cat, but it's not a particular cat. You just know what cats look like. And it's very much the same. An AI is a brain. It is a neural net. It's like a very small brain compared to our 85 billion biological neurons, but it doesn't need to do everything that we can do. It just knows how to make images, so it can be smaller. And you'll see AIs like this are popping up all around the place. Let me show you something about text. So I'm going to write a poem about a conference in Indonesia about distance learning, right? So let's try that. The Indonesian Conference on Distance Learning, a gathering of minds from near and far, each contributing in their own way to the growing field of virtual education. The keynote shared by experts in the field, exploring the diverse opportunities of online learning, sharing stories and successes from around the globe of how distance learning has helped to grow, etc., etc. Now, it's a very nice little poem, right?
Really? It made that big set?
Yeah.
Just now?
Absolutely. Look,
Oh my God.
I'll hit it again. We'll make another one. So it's the same topic, but completely different poem. Now, let's try write a... I need some suggestions. 3 more things. Yell out some things and I'll put them together. Write a short essay about being confused. All right. What else have we got? 2 more. Sorry? Yeah, I need just 2 more words. Excitement, so confusion and excitement. Okay, that's two emotions, something else. Well, that's another emotion. It's an essay, remember? We're trying to get an essay. A what? Blue sky. Okay, well, it's a very strange essay. Okay, let's see, about being confused. And what was the other? Excited. About the blue sky. Okay, that's a really weird thing. Now, no one in the world has ever written that, I would say. Right? So it's not going to get it off the internet. The blue sky has always been a source of wonder and amazement. On a clear day, the skies are deep, endless, and peaceful blue. I'm filled with a mix of confusion and excitement when I stare up at the vastness and beauty of the sky. The confusion comes from the fact I'm unsure of what lies beyond the horizon. Now, this is basic. This is very basic. Here is a tool, which is a company that is using the same back-end technology. This is called GPT-3, this particular AI, and there are many of them, that helps you write a proper essay, like structured with headings. First, it asks you the title. So, you know, I haven't got too much time now. So you can type a title, and then it says, here are some suggested better titles. And then it says, here are some suggested first paragraphs. Here are some suggested headings. And then it fills it all in, and you end up with an entire academic essay. Now, this costs a few cents on this particular .com, this service. So your students can be using this now. If you give them an assignment, they can be generating this now. And each time, it will be unique. So plagiarism detection does not work. Right? Now, some of you are going, woo, I can write my stuff. So you can, right? You use it, write your academic papers. You know, I use it all the time. If I want to read a very long academic paper, I can cut and paste it in here and go summarize down to one paragraph. And it will summarize a big paper down to a paragraph. So I can get the executive summary. This is manipulation of text and images, and I haven't even started on the videos. You can make videos, because if you can make a text, say, write me a movie script. Let's do it. You know, I'll go back here. Write let's say, a movie script. That's going to be weird, but let's see. Fade in, external park day. The sun is shining and the skies are brilliant blue. A few white clouds drift by. Now you take each of those statements and you generate images. And from the images, you can now generate videos. So probably in a year or two, you'll be saying, make me an 18-part TV series about you know, my favorite characters all living in a boat somewhere in an island. And you will get it. And you'll go, oh, I love that. Make me 10 more new episodes. Right? So this is now. This is coming. And what's interesting is AI is creeping in. Your phone, if you have a fairly modern phone, have you noticed when you take a photograph, maybe when you click the button, it comes up, maybe it's a bit dark, and then 3 seconds later, the image fixes itself. That's an AI in your phone. Or when you're on Gmail and you're writing an email, and then it finishes the sentence for you. That's an AI. So we're going to have millions of AIs, just like little brains, like us, that are out there in the internet. Oh, I think I have owned a bit more than half an hour, don't I? No? Okay, wow. Okay, so let's get going. Now, there's a big problem with all of this, which is ethics and truth. If our children are surrounded by virtually fake generated information, if the internet is more AI generated than real, where does that leave us? How do we solve the big problems of the world when everyone's distracted by this kind of fake news? Can I have a little bit more than half an hour? Probably need another 5-10 minutes. Anyway, so our education needs to help us deal with this world. What is education for? I'm going to give you what I think education's for. These are all AI images, by the way. Firstly, education is to find our passion. What do you feel happy doing in life? It's to internalize skills. You learn, you practice skills, but then you internalize them. Then it becomes second nature. You become a consultant, you become a surgeon, you become something. Most importantly, you learn how to learn. That's the most important thing. You also learn how to work with others, because we are all about groups, organizations, teams. And you learn how to help society. What is your role? What's your purpose here? You know, we are all one, we're all connected. The whole world, we are all connected. To me, that is God, actually. Everything connected. So, I want to ask, how should education feel? As a teacher, you should feel like a guru. You've internalized the skills. You have the tools and resources to help those around you, to help them achieve those things that education's for. But as a student, and we are all students, we are all learners, it should feel like the roads are in front of you and you can choose any road. And it should be calm, right? So that you develop through life finding your path. So if you want to take any photo of a slide, this is the one to take a photo of. This is my picture of lifelong learning. It's 50% formal, with human beings giving you the feel of being a professional. And that's, you're working with people, so trying to show them how it is to be a professional in that field, a professional teacher or an architect or whatever it is. But the rest, at least 50%, is going to be self-driven, and you are choosing, curating your own feeds. You're going to be working with AI to build on your knowledge, to keep up with latest technologies or latest techniques. You're going to be learning from random teachers on the internet. Look at YouTube. There are teachers there with millions of followers. A YouTube channel is basically an education channel. Someone is teaching you something, and they're on a journey, and they're a guru taking you along on a journey. So that if you choose to subscribe to a channel, that's choosing a feed. So the most important thing we can do is to build this new world right. And I don't want the infrastructure to be built by profit-focused companies, by companies that are trying to own your data, trying to sell advertising, trying to make money off everyone. We need to build infrastructure for education, by education. And so what I'm doing now at Moodle is we are bringing together higher education institutions, and there are 90,000 of them in the world. We obviously won't have all of them, but some of them, together under this thing called Open EdTech. And Open EdTech is a new platform that will be completely free, and here's some of the people working on it since 2019. To bring together, to create a free, like imagine a cloud that nobody owns. And imagine you as a teacher or you as a student can have a free space in that cloud for life. And in that cloud is AI, and there's also AI on your devices that is helping organize your education, connect to feeds, connect to teachers, store your qualifications for life, and a lot more. There's so much more I could talk about, but I'm really out of time. But if you're interested, come to openedtech.global. Okay, it's a website. And that's where I am at and the stuff I'm thinking about of how we can make a better world. So thank you very, very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Martin. It's very inspiring. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference proceeds in a hybrid mode. So we also have some of the viewers and also some attendance from the UTTV. Yeah. The second speakers, I would like to introduce to all of you, Patricia, Professor Patricia B. Arinto. She is the Dean of the University of the Philippines, Visayas, Tacloban College. She has led quite many of the national and international research projects, including the ROR 4D with me. Okay. In education such as US-funded assessment of the state information and communications technology, basic education in the Philippines in 2012, an Australian government-funded study on tablet for teaching and learning in the 9 public secondary school in 2012 and 2014, and the technology-supported teacher professional development in the early literacy instruction project in the Philippines in 2015 and 2017. She was also the deputy principal of investigator of the multi-country research on the open educational resource for development in the global south, or we call it abbreviated as ROR 4D. And at the present, she is the project leader of the UP Open University Sustainable Institutions Building for Open and Learning. And it's quite familiar and commonly called as a CBOL. It's a CBOL, right? Is it CBOL? The initiative under the International Advancing Equity and Access to Higher Education through the Open and Distant Learning, we call as a BUCA. The BUCA project is supported by European Commission's Erasmus Plus program. She holds a Doctor in Education degree from the Institute of Education's University of London, an M.A. in Comparative Literatures from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and the B.A. in Communications Art. And he received a magna cum laude from the University of the Philippines, Visayas, Tacloban College. She has also a postgraduate certificate in the technology base, distributed learning from the University of British Columbia, Canada. Please welcome everyone, Professor Patricia Arinto.
Good morning, everyone. This is a scenario where I think I need to be like an octopus with many hands. And also, I wonder whether the virtual reality eyeglasses, what were they again? Eyeglasses where you can, yeah, whatever it's called. So will they work with people like me who are short-sighted? Yes. Okay. Anyway, my task this morning is, well, first of all, just to explain where I come from, that the word that Professor Dariono had difficulty pronouncing, Tacloban, was actually ground zero for Haiyan. So that's the city that was leveled by Typhoon Haiyan, Super Typhoon Haiyan, in 2013. It's also the city where the infamous, notorious Imelda Romualdez Marcos comes from. That woman with the, I don't know how many thousands of shoes. So anyway, I was asked to speak on a broad topic, technologies for teaching and learning. And really, I cannot address that as well as, or as brilliantly as Martin has done. And so what I will do is just give you a couple of reflections on teaching and learning with technology based on some experiences that we have had at our institution. I come from the University of the Philippines, which is the National University of the Philippines. It is composed of several campuses. One of them is the University of the Philippines Open University, which is where I am a regular faculty member of. But also at this point in time, I am the dean of another college, the University of the Philippines Visayas, Tacloban College, which is part of another constituent campus of the University of the Philippines. Sorry. Can I? I'm pressing the wrong thing. Okay, there. Right. So I wanted to, as I said, share with you some reflections based on some experiences of teaching with technology. Well, the first example comes from, the first experience, I mean, dates to around 2000 when the University of the Philippines Open University, or UPOU, decided to shift from a primarily print-based mode of distance education to an online learning mode using Moodle, which at the time was very new. We met Martin when he was when he had just in Perth, when he had just developed Moodle to hear all about it. Actually, our first LMS was not Moodle because we started in 2000. It was an open source LMS called the Integrated Virtual Learning Environment, developed by the National University of Singapore. And then in 2002, we shifted to Moodle, which was very new at the time, well, because suddenly IVLE, as it was called, decided to go commercial. And we couldn't afford that. And also as a matter of principle, as an open university, we were committed to all things open. So in any case, this shift to online learning mode allowed us to be able to reach more geographically dispersed learners and also improve the frequency and the quality of distance education interaction and dialogue, and foster better learner engagement. Up until that point, with print-based distance education, students pretty much study on their own, right? Martin described receiving a packet from, you know, a bunch of print material, right? And then you receive that, you study on your own, and then if you're lucky, you get to attend monthly tutorials in a learning center near where you live, or you have to travel to the nearest tutorial center, or you never have that opportunity at all and just learn by yourself. So with an LMS and with an online mode, then you can have dialogue, you can have interaction. Of course, the constraint is that access to digital tools and connectivity is quite variable. At the time, so much less accessible to many than it is today. And also, it required, online learning, I mean, required a shift in the way we teach and learn. From more instructivist pedagogy, you know, characterized by lectures, to more constructivist pedagogy, where learners can be more active in the learning process. They can study different learning resources in different formats, and there can be more improvisation, more authenticity in terms of what can be addressed through learning activities. But this is not an easy shift to make for many educators in my country, and I suspect in your country as well. And neither is it easy for learners who are very used to simply passively receiving information that is delivered by the teacher. The second experience was the shift from classroom-based teaching and learning to remote learning that happened during the pandemic. when COVID-19 hit us in early 2020, shifting now to the rest of the education system, which is not distance education, everybody, with no exception, had to shift to being able to teach and learn at a distance, basically, except that very interestingly, they refused to use the word distance education and instead used the word remote learning. I think a paper can be written all about that, and I wonder what the AI bot in Martin's computer will write. Later, we will try that over lunch. Basically, what happened is that this afforded everyone the opportunity to continue with business as usual, as far as they could, right? You did not have to stop going to school just because there was COVID. Better than that, of course, is that people began to appreciate that you can actually have greater flexibility when it comes to when and where teaching and learning can take place. For some people, there was a rethinking of the way they taught, the way they taught certain things, like how do you teach a process, a scientific process that's supposed to happen in the laboratory. And then on the part of learners, whether they liked it or not, they had to develop independent learning skills. Of course, the constraints were the same as in 2000, and this is that not everyone, at least in my country, not everyone had access to computers at home. And what we discovered, well, we already knew that, but it was confirmed that the internet connectivity in the Philippines is shot. Really, even if you live in Metro Manila, you could find that you have no connectivity. And Metro Manila is the capital city. Plus, we underestimated the persistence of instructivist thinking. The transmissionist model of teaching and learning. And everyone was, these people who cannot make the shift were so relieved when Zoom, this thing called Zoom, became available, and so instead of shifting to an LMS, they just subscribed to Zoom, voila, so that they could continue with synchronous teaching and learning. I'm pressing the wrong thing. How do I make this move to the next slide? It's not moving. Okay, right. I think I moved too much now? This one, all right. This, okay. So, this fascination for synchronous was actually very cutely, there was a poem that Martin showed us made by AI. Well, this one wasn't made by AI, I think, but it came out on Facebook, the one on the left. It says, I will teach you in a room. I will teach you now on Zoom. I will teach you in a house. I will teach you with my mouse. I will teach you here or there. I will teach because I care. So this is so cute, right? So I looked at it and I thought, but this is so wrong. Because really, synchronous teaching and learning is so expensive for a lot of learners. Many of them do not have the connectivity that is needed, the broadband connectivity that is needed to be able to participate in a live lecture via video conferencing. And really, as we distance educators know from long ago, teaching and learning rarely, okay, maybe never is too much, but rarely happen at the same time. Even if we are in the same room, we are not necessarily teaching and learning at the same time. We just look like we are doing so. But anyway, so the asynchronous mindset is something that maybe despite COVID has not taken hold. And so I could only try. This is not AI, by the way, this little ditty on the right. And I ended up just composing it just so I could rebut a little bit. If we teach because we care, we should think not only where, but also how to learn and share. Okay, so now the third experience with teaching with technology is that now that we are emerging from 2 years of pandemic, the shift for many conventional education institutions, hopefully, from entirely remote, not back to face-to-face only, but to a mix called blended learning, which of course is not new at all, but quite old. So we would like to be able to move forward with blended learning in order to provide greater flexibility to learners, teachers, programs and institutions, and also to improve the quality of teaching and learning. It can provide greater flexibility in a number of ways. First, as you know, it can allow for learning anytime and anywhere. It can ensure learning continuity even if there is an interruption, which in the future need not be due to a virus, but for example, climate change, some terrible, some conflict, for example, that makes it difficult to move about, or a public health situation like COVID. It can allow for avoiding overcrowding on campus through careful scheduling of the use of physical facilities, and therefore also allow for optimal planning of the use of these facilities. In terms of improving the quality of teaching and learning, it can provide access to a wide variety of resources in different media. It can enhance communication and hopefully foster better learner engagement, especially if you find that you can now communicate with a bot, no, or you can use different apps. And ideally, doing so should develop your digital skills and more broadly your digital citizenship. But for that to happen, teachers need to be able to recognize what is best done face-to-face, what is best done remotely, and if you're doing remote, you have a choice between synchronous and asynchronous. And what we are finding, those of us who are working with teachers, is that this is not necessarily self-evident. Something that is self-evident to me and to many of you in distance education is not self-evident to a lot of people. And we need to show them a table like this to remind them that actually different technologies lend themselves to different uses. And if you're using technology mindfully, you would think about when to use a particular technology and for what purpose. So there are any number of blends that you can have, right? And depending on the learning outcomes that you're trying to achieve. And here are just two examples. You can have a blend that's entirely online, where you mix only synchronous and asynchronous teaching and learning. Or you can have a blend where you have face-to-face teaching blended with online learning components or activities. But beyond the course level, it's also important for us, I think, who are trying to capacitate higher education institutions in these new ways of teaching and learning with technology, to enable them to think at a higher level than the course. And this is to think about programs and also programs across the institution. Again, for me, this is self-evident, but I find, dealing with my colleagues in the rest of the UP system, that they have to be shown an example like this. Like you have a program, say a Bachelor of Arts in Humanities, or Bachelor of Arts in Economics, and you can actually think about how some courses in that program do not need to have a face-to-face component, while others do. Okay. Now, what does that mean for those of us who are doing capacity building? I think it means that we need to move from a focus on individual practitioners, which is something that we do all the time, okay, to a focus on institutions. and to try and think about capacitating institutions as opposed to just individual teachers. Because even if you succeed in building the capacity of individual teachers, in teaching with technology in an effective way, but the institution as a whole is not ready for that kind of innovative teaching and learning, then your poor teacher practitioners will be limited in what they can do. Okay? This is something, of course, that we in distance education know very well. That is why in distance education, we talk about systems doing the teaching and the learning, right? Or the support for teaching and learning. But for conventional education institutions, this is not something they think about. So what you see here is just a table that we were using when we were thinking about the difference between a capacity building program aimed at individual practitioners and a capacity building program that is trying to improve the capacity of a higher education institution. So if you have something like a concern for instructional materials development, usually in teacher training workshops, you would teach them things like how to select and curate learning resources, right? Or how to produce their own multimedia learning material. But if you are working with institutions, your concern under instructional materials development would be something like how to organize for the kind of materials development you'd like to see happen, right? What kinds of learning repositories should you have, for example? Or what kind of policy framework should you put in place? So this is just some more of that, where you need to differentiate between addressing the individual practitioner and addressing the institution. And the outcome of that analysis is a program that we have rolled out as part of the BUCA project called Sustainable Institution Building in Blended Online and Open Learning, or CBOL. The acronym CBOL, interestingly, is actually a Filipino word which means to sprout or to grow. Okay, this is a program with 3 components or 3 phases. In the first phase, you have your usual training, except that is a blended training course running for 14 weeks, at least in the initial run, that we do with representatives of institutions, working in teams. Okay, so we discourage individual participants from institutions. We requested the institutions to send a team of people handling different aspects of blended or online learning delivery to work together within the course. The second phase of this CBOL program should be, and I say should because it hasn't happened yet, should be when the participating institutions in phase 1 begin to work together in a kind of network and pursue activities or projects that serve their mutual interests, right? And finally, after a sufficient amount of time, when the blended and online and open learning practice of these institutions come to a certain level of maturity, and the network as a whole has become more robust, then we think that what will happen is the emergence of leaders in this type of teaching and learning, institutional leaders. And this will be, which means to say that instead of the current situation, where we have only UPOU as the leader in distance education and online learning, we should have in the future, if this proceeds according to plan, many more leaders in blended open and online learning. Okay? So this is the current ecosystem. And what a program like CBOL is trying to do is to make the ecosystem more robust and more resilient through more diverse institutions delivering or doing online learning and blended learning, so that they can reach more learners, and we can try and begin to approach, okay, one of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is a quality education for all, okay, and which, by the way, is a Sustainable Development Goal that is essential for the achievement of all the other goals, okay, yeah, so basically, this is the envisioned ecosystem where the different types of institutions, as I said, are supporting each other and supporting different types of learners, conventional learners as well as non-traditional learners. And it is only in this scenario, I think, that it will become possible to approach higher education for the good of all. So in conclusion, just some key points that I was trying to make in this presentation. First, you know, it's not about what technology, I think, still, despite everything, despite all of the new technologies. It's really what you do with it. Technology is a tool, and if you don't know what to do with that tool, or if you have no use for it, then you know, its usefulness will not be realized. The promise of educational technology lies not in the technology by itself, but in what educators do with the technology and how how it is used to best support learners and learners' needs and develop learners' capacities. Secondly, well, this is also something basic. We do need to still worry about, or maybe it's not still, but now more than ever worry about equity in technology, in access to technology. You know, even now, mobile technologies certainly are more ubiquitous, right? But they're not necessarily easy to learn with. No, I wonder whether the new technologies that are coming, that we have previewed, will be, to what extent they will be accessible to people who are not necessarily educated or who do not have the means. So we do need to address that, right? And finally, I think that for the potential of technology to broaden access to quality, flexible education for all, it is useful to adopt an ecosystem perspective. One that looks at not just individuals, but how all of them come together, communicate in a broader network. We need to look at organizations, we need to look at institutions, and we need to look at, those are the biotic factors, if we're using the ecological metaphor. We also need to look at the abiotic or abiotic components, including connectivity, including ICT infrastructure, and other things that impact on teaching and learning, and try and see how more productive relationship between and among them can be possible. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. I think the end of the Patricia presentations and the conclusion is quite in line with what the education is, as Martin mentioned in the earlier sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the, I already written the questions from the presenters. I would like to, first I would like to, again, this is there are two questions in a online mode. I would like to give the online mode first as a privilege, because they are unable to see Patricia and Martin in persons. So the first question is from the online modes related to technology. Always brings the two different coins between the benefits and the constraints. So how would be the technology would be beneficial for the education more better in the future? Both of you. start from
So what was the
the technology always bring
the last part, the technology, how will it bring benefit?
Benefit for the better education in the future. The technology would bring the benefit for the future of the educations.
Well, anytime you can bring a barrier down, you can have improvement. Anytime you can, bring people resources, make things cheaper or easier, or to communicate, to access, it's going to get better. And a lot of technologies can do those things. But I am concerned when they are controlled very tightly by a profit model, because a board that's interested in profits is going to make decisions for profit, not for education in the end. And that's when things go bad, because you start they put up new barriers. They put up pricing barriers, or they put up access barriers, and then, we're going in the opposite direction. So I think if things are open, if it's owned by us, if it's owned by educators, and educators are driving the development of technology, it's necessarily going to get better for education. So that's why it's so important to be open.
Okay, I think Martin also highlighted that educations by the educators, technology by the educators and for the educators. It's quite similar to how the democracy is. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Yeah. I mean, we are the people. Each one of us is one person.
Right.
We are the people who care about this.
Yes.
Having the top 0.001% of billionaires controlling how we talk and think and learn is not great, right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And how about you, Professor Patricia?
Yes, openness is very important. The non-commercial, the more public-minded perspective. But in addition, maybe I would add, I think the focus on developing the basic literacies. I worry that even if we were to bring the barriers to owning technology down, if people are ignorant and basically very passive about the way they use technology and do not have a critical mind, then they would be at the mercy precisely of all of these commercial interests. There's no better example, I think, than social media and all those algorithms, right? I mean, there are so many people who you think are intelligent and all of that and educated, who are so easily duped by what goes on in social media. They cannot distinguish between fact and fiction. They have no sense of the idea that information has, there's also misinformation and disinformation. And I think part of it, maybe this is just because I wasn't born with social media already there. Part of it, I think, is because their reading skills are very poor. They have no base, so there's something about the basics. So I think that educators should use technology to, first of all, develop the basic literacies. Because without that, then I don't know what you're going to do. You could just be a dupe for anything and everything.
Yeah. Okay, that's very good comments for Professor Patricia. I think equity and access would be one of challenging in all of nations related to the use of the technology as well. So I would like to invite the questions from the floor. Okay, start from Ibu Tian, Pak Oki, and one ladies over there. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Daryono.
Yeah.
So, first, it's not a question actually, a question but also a suggestion. But before that, I would like to counter the poem made by the AI, if I may. So technology is here. We have to use it wisely, as Patricia said, because it's not always sincere to keep our sanity. So with that, I would like to go on to my question, and my question would like to go to back to your Moodle. So for Martin. We have been using Moodle for some time now, and I'm quite happy with it. It can do a lot of things that I would like to do as a teacher. However, I do have one thing that I would really like to do and has not been facilitated by Moodle. And that is to track the activities of my students when they read the materials. In the open universities, in mega universities like Universitas Terbuka, it's very important to standardize the learning materials. Because like for one course, we can have thousands of students registering. So we have to have like tens of parallel virtual classes that is facilitated by tutors, online tutors. So it's very important for us that all the classes are using a standardized minimum or main learning materials which were developed as ebook using, EPUB or PDF sometimes, yeah, or some other PowerPoint. So in the Moodle, when students log in, we could keep a track of it, but we don't know what they do with the materials, within the materials. I would like to see, when they open the modules, for example, I would like to see which pages that they are reading. Where do they spend most time in that content?
Why?
Why? Because I would like to know their learning rhythm to better understand, prepare the materials. Whether they would like to go, for example, do they like to go with the pre-questions first, or with summary first, or directly to the introduction, or whether they want to know the objective of the learning first, that kind of thing. And also, for the sake of the learning analytics, it's important for us to see where is the risky nodes of them. Like what kind of students, what kind of learner content interaction that can give us a warning that this person is at risk of not succeeding, for example, or of withdrawing, or that kind of thing. So that one, I did the experiment, and we had to convert the ebook into the SCORM format.
Yeah, SCORM.
Yeah, and it takes forever. It's not that like flipping a hand. So I just wonder if the future of Moodle, maybe in the version 4.5, if not 4.2, you would be able to include that facilities for our. I think that would be very, very helpful for us. Thank you.
Okay, well, there's a few things there. The first one is the choice of ebooks was yours. That's not a Moodle thing. That's your design. If you use Moodle content features, then yes, you have statistics about each page. Because it's a native Moodle feature, you're using an external content, and so Moodle can't see into there. The second thing is we have analytics in Moodle, an analytic system. I'm not sure, are you using it? There is a student at risk analytics, a machine learning engine that can use that, and it can actually analyze, do some analysis. Yeah, but that's your design. That's the design. The third thing is Moodle's an open source project. The university is using it. What's the budget of the university? What's the budget of the whole university? Does anyone know? Probably a lot. $0 has come to Moodle ever from the university because you use it for free. So asking us, will you please develop this for us? I would say, come and help us develop that, right? Join, because it's an open source project, and when you become a user of an open source community, you are part of the development. And we have already actually been talking about this potential, and I think that's the way we go forward, is how we develop that together. And we love to hear about the issues that are being faced, and we want to fix them, but because my developers are sitting in teams, they don't know what's most important or not. You need to explain, and you also need to even show the solutions. So this is what we would like to see, exactly, and maybe done some testing, and maybe you have some evidence for why that is a better way, and prove that it's a better way, and then great, let's build it together. So yeah, that's the beauty of open source, is that educators are building the tool. It's not a commercial product that we're selling you a tool, because we're not selling it, you've paid nothing. Yeah?
Yeah, yes. Okay, thank you, Martins. The second one would be Pak Oki.
Terima kasih Pak Hardono. Selamat po Ibu Patricia. You have two keywords that come to my mind: non-traditional and conventional learners. And having considered the presentation from Martin just now, if the education is to find our passion, and at the same time we also learn how to learn, what would be the differences? Or is it still relevant to talk about conventional or non-traditional learners? That's the first one. Yeah. And the second one, what would be your suggestion to us as educators, even though I'm a singer, not educators? Is it still relevant later on that we have to have a very tight curriculum, for example, and we have a very good design of modules or learning materials? Having your presentation just now. Thank you very much.
Whether we need to kind of
so that's why there was a slide. I said if you took a photo of one slide, it was this one with a 50%.
Advanced learning materials.
The first side, I think the role of institutions is to help a student be something, feel something, become a professional, internalize basic skills. So to help, once you feel, oh, I'm now becoming a lawyer, I'm becoming, I am a singer, you said, right? We all sing, but you are a singer. So you feel like you own that, it's internally. That's the educators, mentors, teachers, that's what they do, they inspire that. But you're a singer, you need to, you're going to be learning songs for the rest of your life. And all of us are going to be developing. And so it's important to learn how to learn, because the bulk of your learning is going to be out of the institution on your own. And you will be selecting your own learning opportunities, and you're going to be helped with technology more and more. I mean, how long, 25 years ago, there was no internet search. There wasn't. Like, we're used to it now. We can search. Look at the power we have now. We had to go to libraries. Do you remember going to libraries? We didn't, and now we have this amazing ability to look up anything. And now we can actually find all these opportunities to learn, find resources, find websites, find AIs, find teachers, find people, find communities, find social media. There's so many opportunities to all of us that the bulk of our learning is going to be choosing our feeds, choosing our own digital diet. What are we consuming on a daily, weekly basis? Do you remember when coronavirus started, how difficult it was to find any solid news? It was very weird. And we're all searching, trying to find information that was real. And I resorted, in the end, I started reading scientific journals, because it was the only way to get truth. Because in the news, it was all sensational and crazy, and it was very hard to understand. And so the skill of selecting information and your choices, that's the skill we have to all learn and teach.
Yeah.
Okay, Patricia.
With regard to that first point about, I appreciate that point about how at some point maybe it will not make sense to talk about conventional versus non-traditional learners. However, let us not also underestimate the persistence of old modes of teaching and learning. In fact, the same education system that we're all in does contribute to the perpetuation of such categories. So, for example, that terminology actually refers to, when we say conventional learner, these are your students who go to class on a regular basis, who attend a physical classroom, who are enrolled, okay? Whereas non-traditional are really, well, in my country, would be referred to as out-of-school youth or children who may have some opportunities for education, but through the non-formal system or the alternative learning system. For some reason, well, for obvious reasons, we still have a situation where the long for flexibility, which will allow a learner to move from one track to the other, back and forth, depending on his or her circumstances, his or her needs, and intentions, or personal projects, is not really far from reality. And that is in fact what we are trying to achieve. Now, once we have achieved that kind of flexibility in the education system, then perhaps those categories will no longer be useful. Secondly, with regard to the use of more advanced materials beyond the basic modules that we have prepared, as I was explaining, in the case of UPOU, in 2000 and maybe 2003 or 4, and certainly in the latter 2000s, we shifted from preparing self-contained course packages, or actually modules, to resource-based course packages, which include a lot of different types of materials that the teacher chooses based on, guided by the curriculum and the target skills that he or she would like to develop. Therefore, the kind of guide you write around these multiple types of resources is really very different from the tutorial in print model that we inherited from people like Roundtree of the UKOU. No? So it's really more, but I suspect not very different also from the original UKOU model, where the package included not just those tutorial in print materials, but really also, like BBC productions, National Geographic, documentaries, and now, we imagine a scenario where you can have an AI application part of the package, right, that you give to learners, or that will be in the learning management system for them to use. And in fact, that's what you see in Moodle, for example. It's really a resource-based part of the constructivist underpinning of that LMS is really that it's a resource-based model, right? So you either upload resources, and there's different types of resources you can use, and then also an activity-based menu where you choose the types of activities that your students can do with those resources.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. I think for highlighted the one of the source-based learning materials that could be explored more on that one later on. Okay, the last would be ladies from.
Hello, my name is Astri. I'm a lecturer from Universitas Terbuka. Okay, I have two questions. The first question is for Mr. Martin. Okay, can I ask about the ASI application? Is that okay? The ASI application that you explained before.
AI.
Oh, the AI.
AI
okay.
applications.
Yeah, okay. Okay, about the ASI application that was...
essay application.
Essay.
Essay.
Essay application.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was generating text?
Yeah, yeah. Just
or
showing to us
the,
about, yeah.
Or the
about
website, the .com. It's called Right Sonic, it was, yes.
Okay.
Yes?
Sorry, I just want to asking about the process. The process of how the application can take the can choose the sentence, the words, and make the essay. Is it just like they just come from the internet, the data from the internet, and how about the plagiarism issue? So how
it's a bit,
could, yeah.
It's very similar to how you and I work. So, like right now, as I'm speaking, I'm writing, right? I'm putting words together in making sentences, and I'm communicating meaning. The reason I can do that is because in my past, I've read a lot, I've spoken a lot, I've listened a lot, I've absorbed a lot of texts, a lot of information, a lot of language. And so now language is coming out. Now, my brain is putting together the words because my brain has been trained, certain neural pathways have been strengthened because of the things I've read. So that's how knowledge works, right? So when you read a lot about something, you build knowledge, and then you can speak about that knowledge because those stronger parts of the brain can statistically actually, because there's more of that than less and less of something else. That's how your brain works and my brain works. These work the same way. So they've learned and read billions of texts. They've read all of Wikipedia, they've read all the blogs, all the websites, all the social media, all of the stuff. And then they start off with a letter, and statistically, what is the next letter? It was an A, and then it goes, it's a T, and then it's a space, and then it's a P, and then it's an E, and it just comes out like that. And it's actually working the same way we do. So it is actually an intelligence, but it's an artificial intelligence. It's exactly the same type of structure as our brain. And it's actually impossible to dissect that, and you can't see the code as such. It just like you can't open up someone's brain and see everything they've learned. It's inherent in the structure. And so it's really amazing that we've actually uncovered exactly how our own brains work, and we're now replicating that. And the coolest thing about it, a very interesting thing for me as an educator, is that people are saying, how do we control the AIs? How do we make them do the right thing and not the wrong thing? As defined by us. Well, a lot of you are already doing that. You have children, and you teach your children the right thing and the wrong thing. So it's actually becoming quite a thing that now with AIs that we can teach them like we would teach a human to do the right thing or the wrong thing. And that's how we control that. So that those AIs will increase in ability. They will become, rather than just a specific ability, they're going to start having general abilities. Once they get more and more powerful, they will become more like us. And then they will get past us. And they will be a general intelligence. And they will be intelligent beings living on the internet. And we'll have 8 or 10 billion humans, and maybe we'll have another 8 or 10 billion AIs. Right? Because once they're as smart as us, they can build more AIs.
By themselves.
By themselves.
Yeah. Can I just say something about that point, about how does the AI manage to do what it does? My whole approach to technology, I'm never impressed by technology basically, because as far as I'm concerned, the technology is just it's just the outcome of someone, a human being like me, or more likely a bunch of them, okay, who have actually thought through the entire process that they'd like to see and instantiated it in the AI. For example, if it is AI, right? So, so my whole approach to doing anything with technology is, like if I'm using a program that I've never used before, and I'm familiar with only a few things about it, I just think, okay, I would like it to be able to do this. I don't know how to do it, but I am sure someone does, other than the person who made the program. So I just very loudly ask the question. Does anyone know how to, you blah, blah, and usually there's somebody in the room who will say, oh yeah, you do this. Okay, so with regard to AI, what I wanted to say about that is that I hope that what it will do for educators is for us to ask precisely that question that our colleague has asked, which is, how did it write this essay? For writing teachers like me, I've found that many writing teachers actually don't know how the process happens, maybe because they don't teach reading at the very basic level. Like you don't, if you're teaching children first the alphabet, how do you do that, right? I mean, that's how it starts, the really basic things. Here's the letters, they make this kind of sounds. If you combine them in certain ways, it becomes like this. And if you combine different types of words in this way, then you can make sense or you won't make sense. So that it has come to the point really where I'm not interested so much in the actual essay that the student wrote. Because I figure they can copy it from anywhere, or now with AI, just ask a bot to do it, right? Or an app to do it. What I would be interested in is in whether the student understands the essay that he or she has submitted. I don't care where it came from. Okay? This is a text. Can you tell me what it means? For example, can you tell me why this is the second sentence and not the first?
Exactly. And I was going to make this point, actually, but I didn't. It was rushed a bit. If your courses depend on a huge amount of the grades on this written text, that's wrong. That is bad. That you cannot do that anymore. And I call this like a lumpy course, where it's have a big lump and it's worth 50%. No, you cannot do that. And it's not. It was never correct, and now it's just been proven to be. You can fake it. And what you're saying here is what I've always been saying as well, which is the only way you can understand if someone knows something is through engagement, by talking with them, or by having lots and lots of little assessments, right? If you can't cheat a teacher if you have to prove something every day or every week. And it's like, you know, if you're a teacher, you know, if you work with your students, you can predict what grade they're going to get on their next assignment, right? Because you know them. You already know, oh, they're a B student, they're an A student, right? Because you know them. And so the whole notion of evaluating a text is just nonsense. It's not even helpful, actually, anymore. So we've really got to start this, rather than lumpy, more of a smooth, and to be talking having discussions, having a dialogue with students. And if we can't do it because we have 1,000 students, which itself is a problem, then in Moodle, which was designed for this, you have peer assessment in groups. You get everybody evaluating and talking to each other, right? And then you get a lot of information as a teacher from that. You're able to cope with large amounts of people.
Okay, thank you. I think I would like to highlight this one, because a long time ago, the distance education are more on claiming as impersonal. But with the technology now, we are able to give more personalized learning. Okay, everyone, I think we run out of the time.
Professor Daryono,
already exceeding the times.
May I have one question more?
Sorry, I think you have 2 questions. Just quick question, please.
This is for Mrs. Patricia.
Yep.
It's talking about the practicum, because one of your slide is written about a blended block for practicum courses. So I just want to know the process, how your institution implement the practicum courses in a blended learning? Because we have a student from a different area or maybe a different island. So how could it be the blended learning, face-to-face and also the learning? Thank you.
Right. In the case of the Open University, which is like the Universitas Terbuka, the students are really everywhere, even abroad. So the practicum clearly has to be community-based. It has to be in their own communities. So what we distance educators do is we cannot directly supervise the student, right, during the practicum, but you provide a set of protocols and you have preceptors, you call them, wherever the student is, or you could just ask the student to ask their colleague to observe them and assess them as they do the practicum using the prepared protocols from the institution. So that's how you can do so. This is actually something that we have solved already in the distance education field. But I find that for the teachers and professors in conventional programs, for them that is a huge problem because they still expect to be able to directly themselves supervise. But the other new thing, I think new, quote unquote, for them is really this idea that, you know, the actual learning is a whole continuum. It's not just what actually happens when you are face-to-face, in person. A lot of it is actually done outside of that moment, right? And unless you engage them prior to that moment, then that whole opportunity to be together and to be in person is actually wasted. Yeah, we also need to think, in the Philippines, I don't know in Indonesia, but in the Philippines, we still count credit hours in terms of contact hours only, which is very weird. So they think that a 3-unit course, a course with 3 credits, is just really 3 hours per week times 14 weeks. And they think that that's it. But actually, a real course, a 3-credit course, is actually at least 3 times that number of hours. If you count all of the time that students have to spend on what we call homework, right? Or reading prior to attending. So anyway, but basically what the blended model, block model, I think, has helped some of our professors to understand is that even if we give you the entire 3 hours per week times the total number of weeks, in fact, that is just the in-person component of a bigger whole, of a whole that has other components.
Okay, everyone. Okay, yeah. I think so we are exceeding the times. Yes. Somebody's already warned me. I would like to just give a quick conclusion about both speakers. Both speakers agree that the education is need to be changed in the future, but the technology itself is not everything. So I think I would like to just highlight the Martin conclusion about learning to help the society. That's quite impressive for all of us. So learning have to have an impact to ourselves and to our society as well. Okay, thank you. Please give applause to all of the 2 speakers.
Thank you very much, Prof. Daryono. And thank you to our speakers for giving such an informative and comprehensive discussion. Please kindly stay on the stage as we would like to present a token of appreciation for sharing your expertise in this session today. And to present the token of appreciation, we would like to invite the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of UT, Dr. Muhammad Yunus SSMA, accompanied by the Head of Institute of Research and Community Service, Dr. Randa Dewi Artati Padmaputri, M.A. Ph.D. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for our speakers and moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, with the end of plenary session 1, we hope you found the presentations and discussions informative and helpful. Before we continue to plenary session 2, we would like to welcome you for a lunch break. Lunch will be served at Kunyit Resto outside this ballroom. Please return to this room at 1:15 p.m. One more reminder, please return to this room at 1:15 p.m. for plenary session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now proceed for lunch break. Thank you, and we will see you again at 1:15 in here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm playing the video now.
We have conducted a study on virtual reality learning. We found learners in VR required less time to learn. They had higher emotional connection to the content. We have conducted a study on virtual reality learning. We found learners in VR required less time to learn. They had higher emotional connection to the content, higher confidence, and were less distracted during the training. We have conducted a study on virtual reality learning. We found learners in VR required less time to learn. They had higher emotional connection to the content.
Before we start, I think you're having the lunch break now. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Can you see now? Okay, all good. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Bye. Yeah. 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 Bye. Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to have lunch break in Kunyit Resto. And please kindly return to this room at 1:15.
Podium. Cek. Tinggal nunggu materinya. Ntar aja Nom. Yang penting udah di setupan udah aman. Karena habis ini kita tetap lanjut.
Sure. Okay, this is good. Yeah. Or you want me to? You want me to be in the beach? Yeah, I can't be there, so let's skip this. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Check.
Yeah. So what is the sound there, man? Is the sound on your side? Okay.
Check, check.
Okay, just a minute. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Hi guys, like Sridhar here. Can you able to hear me clearly? Perfect. Yeah. Okay, I'll be sharing my PowerPoint also. So just give me a minute. Okay. Oh, perfect. Just a minute. Okay. Yeah, I just make it a full screen here. Okay. Yeah. So the type of audience, is it okay to share the medical? Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Okay.
Ada. Ya bermain lah. Nen teka. Nah. Oke, coba teka. Tunen 15 bin. Ya. Saya ngalam su yang beli. Karena yang yang dua asam. Sambungan ya Bendik, 40 sambungan kan 15 sampul tanda di 16 tas pen gue ini kan model dari bilang
Cek. Gimana, Dip? Yang podium. Nih, kameramu. Sekarang yang ini, Dip. Setengah dia dapat kalau dari situ full.
Coba dia masuk ke kendala Dip. Snare.
Boleh pintu tutup. Ada yang tutup.
Standar dia.
dari situ, Dip. Ambil dari depannya. Samping gini, Pak ya? Gini ya? Nggak mau dia. Kan sebenarnya ada 2 kamera tuh, bisa aja yang ini yang di sini yang kurang, yang dari sana harusnya yang ngambil dari sana. Coba ambil dari sana, Dip. Oke.
You have an audio jack. Yeah.
cheek, sound, cheek, hey, sound, hey, sound, cheek, sound, di monitor 5, sound, cheek, sound, cheek, one, sound, hey, sound, cheek, naik lagi dikit, cheek, mic, sound, cheek, mic, sound, cheek, sound, tambah high-nya dikit, hey, sound, cheek, one, sound, cheek, mic, sound, cheek, sound, hey, okay, tarik sa, sound, cheek, sound, cheek, sound, cheek, belum reverbnya, iya. Check mic, sound, check mic, sound, cheek, sound, check mic, sound, oke. Turunin dikit. Iya, check mic, sound, oke, cukup. Sound, check, one, sound, hey. Oke. Sementara cukup sih, Kak. Sambil dicoba ntar. Barengan. Sound, check, one, sound, hey. Sound.
Maraming naganap sa nakaraang taon. We were faced with uncertainties.
You're a good teacher. I'm proud of you. Kaya lang, kulang ka sa training eh.
Balikan natin yung rason kung bakit natin pinili ang profession na ito.
Questions.
Maraming naganap sa nakaraang taon. We were
Sejuta sayang sempat ku titipkan di dalam sinar matamu. Pribadi dan sederhana, menjanjikan keteduhan kasih dan budi. Ternyata menjadi kebahagiaan hati yang tiada terberi. Mari genggam jemari memadu dua hati kembali. berjanji lagi. Tetap setia sampai selama-lamanya.
Sabar Ibu, masih sound check Bu. Iya. Nanti Bu kita nyanyi sama-sama Bu ya. Siapin requestannya Bu.
Ketemu di Jogja mungkin lusa atau di lain hari. Sampai ketemu di Jogja.
Kapan-kapan sampai jumpa di Jogja. Sopo? Oke, sip. Oh, kelihatan nih. Aman.
aku bisa menjadi seperti yang kau minta. Ku jadi Jupiter kala cinta menggoda. Tak peduli jika surga dan neraka tak pernah ada, yang penting kau ada, meski tanpa pernah asmara. Mengapa sabda alam berjuaskan kisah kita? sederhana, kau buat merana. Bilang-bilang sayang lalu hilang tanpa bayang. Sesuka diri, nyanyian hati, serenata jiwa yang lara sunyi. Oh maaf sayang, ku tak ingin melukai. Namun cinta ini bukan untukmu lagi. Agar kau berikan cintamu belahan relung hati. Aku sorak gelora hati menepi, tak ada bintang-bintang menari. Sendiri lagi. Sorai gelora hati menepi, tak ada bintang-bintang menari. Sendiri lagi. Oh sendiri lagi.
Ladies and gentlemen, plenary session 2 is about to start. Therefore, please kindly proceed to your seat. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to have you back at 2022 INNODEL. It's very nice to see all of you again, and we hope you have been enjoying yourself at the conference so far. We have finally arrived at our next agenda, which is the plenary session 2. This session will be moderated by our moderator, Ibu Duri Andriani, Ph.D. Before we begin, please allow me to read the CV of the moderator. Ibu Duri Andriani, Ph.D., completed her doctoral program in Management of Distance Education from the University of Victoria, Canada. She has been a lecturer at the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training of Universitas Terbuka since 1985. She is interested in Management of Distance Education as well as Student Support System in Distance Education System as reflected in her research. Therefore, please welcome Ibu Duri Andriani, Ph.D.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day to everybody. I'll chair this second plenary session. And I'll invite Dr. Ethel and Mr. Siva Prakasam Ravindran to join me in the stage, please. Once again, welcome to the second plenary session of 2022 INNODEL conference. We have with us actually 3 acknowledged speakers, but there will be only 2 of them physically join us here in this room. 2 other speakers will join us virtually via Zoom. The first speaker will be Professor Benedict du Boulay. Excuse me if I said it wrong. He is an Emeritus Professor of Artificial Intelligence at the University of Sussex, visiting professor at University College London and Chief Research Advisor at Educate Ventures. He was the founding Dean of the School of Science and Technology at Sussex that involved bringing 4 departments who had not worked together before into the new school. His primary research area is the application of artificial intelligence in education. Here he is particularly interested in issues around modeling and developing students' metacognition and motivation. He is currently compiling and editing a handbook of artificial intelligence in education for Edward Edgar Publishing, involving contribution from the leading academics in AI/ED from around the world. He was president of the 2015 to 2017 of the International Society for Artificial Intelligence in Education and is an associate editor of its International Journal of Artificial Intelligence in Education. He has edited or written 12 books and written more than 190 papers. What accomplishment. We hear his presentation will be delivered via recorded video. Please.
Invited to present a keynote at INNODEL 2022 in Bali. I would have loved to have been here in person, but alas, it was not possible. AI in education has been applied in three main ways. The first is learner-centered. These are systems that attempt to adapt what is being taught and how it's being taught to the individual learner, either through the choice of task, the choice of feedback, the provision of help, and so on. And they also provide different kinds of tools for learning, let's say simulations. The second kind of AI for education is aimed at teachers, helping them to offload some of the more routine work which they're expected to do, e.g. record keeping, and assisting the teacher in how best to allocate their time, either in the short term or in the longer term. And the third area where AI has been applied in education is in terms of helping in the administration of education. For example, managing overall student progress, generating early warning signals that a student is in danger of failing or dropping out. My talk is going to concentrate on two of those areas: AI for students and AI for teachers. So I will talk about some examples of systems designed to help students in different ways. I'll talk about a single example helping teachers, and I will then look at issues around evaluation and ethics, which have come to the fore because of the use of machine learning in AI Ed. One of the most widespread uses of an AI Ed system in education is Mathia, formerly known as the cognitive tutor for algebra. This is a system that is used by very many students, as you can see on this slide from Steve Ritter, 600,000 students per year. It's aimed at middle and high school maths courses, and it's developed out of work that's been going on for a long time, originally by Anderson on the nature of academic learning, which produced early versions of intelligent tutoring systems back in the 1990s. So it's been well proven and has improved all the time. The way the system works is that it makes a choice of what might be the next best problem for a particular student to work on. It gives the student an interface through which they can work on that problem, and it observes the student working not just on the problem and checking whether the answer is correct, but working on each step towards the answer and offering advice and help about each step. Now, I don't expect you to be able to read that slide, but it's indicative of the kinds of slides that are presented to students. So in summary, it makes a choice using a modelling method about what might be the next best problem, and it provides help at each step within a problem, and it provides feedback on progress in the underlying skills that are required to solve those kinds of problems. A special feature of the way that Carnegie Learning works is that what they offer is not a computer system that replaces the teacher. Far from it. Their idea is to produce a blended maths curriculum. So they have a textbook, they have the software, of course, and they provide a support for teachers and administrators about how best to get the good use out of the system for the students. So the idea is that it's not that the student will spend all of their time sitting at Mathia solving problems. They will spend part of their time in a normal classroom doing a normal maths lesson, but having Mathia as part of their experience, but not the whole of their experience. My second example of an AI Ed system aimed at students is very different. This system is called Betty's Brain, developed by Gautam Biswas and his colleagues. In this system, the narrative is that the human student is teaching an online simulated student called Betty about ecological processes. And the way that teaching takes place is that the human student learns about ecological processes from materials which are provided by the system, and then tries to build a concept map. You can see that in the main part of the interface there, showing the different processes that are involved in the ecological system. For example, the production of carbon dioxide, the production of oxygen, and so on. The interface allows the student to build the concept map using drag and drop, both for entities such as plants or algae or fish, as well as for different kinds of relationship. So some of the relationships are ontological, for example, that fish is a type of animal, or that algae is a type of plant. And others of the relationships are about processes taking place from an ecological point of view, i.e. blocking sunlight, increasing oxygen, decreasing carbon dioxide, and so on. When the human student thinks that they have taught Betty enough, they can submit their diagram, their conceptual map, to be tested. And the system can test it by pointing out parts which are wrong, or parts which are missing, or parts which are superfluous. And so in a sense, the student can test their understanding by having Betty take the test. It is Betty's brain that they're trying to build. So if Betty fails, it's not the human student that's failed, it's Betty. If the human student acts in a way which is not optimal in terms of her or his own progress, the system gives advice at the metacognitive level, saying, look, if you just give me the same diagram again after making no changes, you're going to get the same score. It's time to go and look at the materials again to try to improve. So the system is working at two levels here, at the cognitive level of ecology, but also at the metacognitive level of regulating your own learning. My third example is N-Skill English, produced by the company called Alelo. CEO is Lewis Johnson. This is a system for a student to learn a second language, let's say French. The student, sitting here with headphones on, talks with an avatar. The avatar plays a role in a situation. In this particular case, the avatar is somebody selling tickets at a railway station. So the human student engages in the kind of conversation that you would have with somebody selling tickets at a railway station about wanting to buy a ticket from Paris to Rouen, say, and she makes that request. And the avatar responds in French saying, yes, madame, here's your ticket, it'll cost you so much, are you going to pay by cash or by card, etc., etc. So the conversation is had, and the avatar is also able to have another conversation afterwards with the learner in either French or the learner's own language, talking about how well things went, what words were used correctly, what words were pronounced correctly, how was the whole tenor of the conversation. So the system is able to help somebody learn a language in a real context. And the interesting thing here is that the main interaction is through speech and through hearing, as opposed to anything being typed or drawn on a screen. I've tried to give you 3 examples of systems aimed at learners. Mathia, the maths tutor, provides the learner with a sequence of problems, that sequence depending on the progress of that particular learner. And it provides help at the individual step level of the problem, as well as giving the student an ongoing sense of their progress in mastering the underlying mathematical skills that are needed to solve those problems. Betty's brain is rather different. Although it works on a particular area, i.e. ecology, the way the student goes about building the ecological model is up to that student. They can go at it from any angle they want to, and the system will react to that. So it's much more adaptive. It's not forcing the student down any particular route in terms of the progress of the learning. And it also offers metacognitive help if the student doesn't seem to be doing the right kind of learning tasks to get better at the task. And the third system, N-Skill, offers a conversational form of learning where the student talks with an online avatar about some topic. In the example I gave, it was buying a ticket at a railway station in order to learn another language. And there is also a secondary conversation where the system can give feedback on the quality of the learner's French or Spanish or whatever language it was. So they're very different kinds of system. They have different kinds of interactions. The interfaces are different. So for Mathia, the interface was essentially a symbolic interface where you type numbers into boxes on the screen. Betty's brain has a diagrammatic interface, and N-Skill, the interface is what you say and what you hear. I'm now going to move on to an example of a teacher-centered system in AI in education. Lumilo, built by Kenneth Holstein and his colleagues, is a system to help the teacher manage a class of students all working with a particular AI ed system for learning mathematics. The teacher wears some special spectacles which give an augmented reality view of the classroom. So in addition to being able to see the children sitting there at their workstations, superimposed above each child are symbols. You can see an orange question mark, an orange triangle, a yellow hand up, and so on. And those symbols indicate the system's view of the progress of that child. So also superimposed above the children are 2 boards in pale green, which show what the system believes are some common issues that might need the class to be talked to by the teacher as a whole, in contrast to going to help one or other of the students. This slide shows a key to those symbols which the teacher can see through her augmented spectacles. So at the bottom we see the orange question mark implying unproductive persistence, i.e. the student is working hard but they aren't really making any progress. And the teacher needs to go over and see what it is that is hindering the progress. Just above that, we have the yellow question mark, hint avoidance. So the child is ignoring the hints that the system is offering. And again, the teacher may need to go and give some advice to the child about that. The little question mark above that, again, high error after hints, implies that the child has looked at the hints but is still getting things wrong. So clearly those hints aren't working for that particular child. The triangle nearly at the top, hint abuse or gaming the system, implies that the child keeps pretending not to, or maybe doesn't actually know what the answer is, and keeps asking for help, in a way that eventually the system might give the answer to the child without the child doing anything other than pressing the help button, which means that the child isn't really learning very much except how to game the system. And again, the teacher needs to make some intervention. What the authors of the system found was that when they compared a teacher working with a class with the augmented specs, getting a sense of how each child was progressing compared to not having that information, led to better outcomes for the kids and for the teacher, in the sense that the teacher was able to focus her attention on the kids that needed it most, and the kids who needed the help most got the most help, which it's a win-win. Let me now make some concluding remarks. I've tried to give you examples of systems aimed at learners and one system aimed at teachers. Over the last 10 years or so, there have been a large number of meta-reviews comparing the use of such systems to ordinary classrooms without the use of systems in two different ways. In one way, comparing with whole class teaching, the system versus the whole class teaching with one teacher, and also comparing the system with one-to-one tutoring of an expert teacher. This slide shows the result of taking 182 comparisons from about 10 meta-reviews and meta-analyses that compared an AI Ed system versus ordinary classroom teaching. And what we see is, if we average out across those 182 comparisons, that broadly speaking, the effect size of the AI Ed system was about 0.44 better than ordinary classroom teaching. So that's definitely a plus for AI in education. On the left, we see the comparisons between an AI and Ed system and one-to-one tutoring by an expert human. And in those cases, the expert human is better than the AI and Ed system by about 0.2 of an effect size. And that's not really very surprising, given that an expert human tutor is always going to know more than an AI Ed system about their particular student. Of course, there are currently some issues of concern about the use of AI in education, indeed in the use of AI in many different fields. Three of these are: who owns and controls the data collected by educational technology systems? And given that AI and Ed systems often generate much more data, then there is more data to worry about who owns it and who controls it. A second issue is, how can any bias be reduced in the models created by AI? We know the answers to that, but it's still a problem because the methods are not always applied. And then the third issue is, how can big tech be regulated when it enters the field of education? How can we stop our students being turned into customers by big tech? When we look at the applications of AI in education and look at the consequences of bias, we see that for learner-centered systems, a possible consequence is non-optimal teaching. In the case of teacher-centered systems, the consequence is that help might not be allocated optimally. And in the case of administration-centered systems, it could be that an educational opportunity is denied because a system advises that a particular student should not take a course when in fact that student is perfectly capable of taking that course. So we can see that the danger of bias increases from potentially non-optimal teaching in a learner-centered system through help not being allocated optimally in a teacher-centered system through to an educational opportunity denied in an administration-centered system. That concludes my keynote on AI in education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor du Boulay, for the inspiring speech. Now we move to the second keynote speech from Mr. Sridhar Sunkad. He has received a bachelor degree in mechanical engineering from BMS College, India. He then studied for his master program at Chalmers University of Technology in Gothenburg, Sweden. In 1999, he joined EON Reality as a founding team member in Irvine, California. And then from 2003 till 2007, he was based in Chicago, driving the Midwest accounts along with managing the channel growth for Asian market. Since 2008, Sridhar has been based in Singapore, managing the subsidiary operation. In 2020, Mr. Sunkad has led the EON Singapore operation with a successful track record of providing leadership and vision over the last 20 years. He is now responsible for overseeing EON APAC market along with R&D charter at Singapore office. Mr. Sunkad will deliver his keynote speech via Zoom. And then if we have time, the question and answer will be response by, it's different name, Mr. Siva, okay, yeah? Can we please run the video for Mr. Sunkad, please?
Hello all, this is going to be live and I'm calling in from Singapore and I couldn't be there in Bali, but the beach background behind me motivates me to be there and I miss you all. Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. I'll be doing a short presentation also. So, distinguished guests, it's my pleasure. And I will be introducing the opportunity for us to understand what the knowledge metaverse engagement is and also how, especially after the post-pandemic resilient recovery, we are looking at like education communities and also specifically job creation. What we realize is there is a huge market opportunity which we are looking at, and the augmented reality and virtual reality is expected to boost the global GDP by $1.5 trillion into the market. This is very impressive, but where do we find the talent and how do we groom the talent? Now, let me take a few minutes to share what EON Reality has been doing over the last 22 years. We are based in Irvine, California, and we have been working with more than creating 42 million XR viewer experiences. And we offer knowledge metaverse program to connect and build the community together. So we are here to serve you, our education community, and make sure that the experiential learning adds value in your teaching and learning process. So continuing a few words about EON Reality, we are NASDAQ registered and there is a valuation number of about close to $655 million that has been coming in. when we go in for the market, we address knowledge is a human right, where we make experiential knowledge, which is like affordable, accessible, and available anytime, anywhere. So we work with our partners, Learn for Life Foundation, to bring this message out. Now, what are we adding value? We help students to learn faster, retain knowledge longer, and make better decisions. And it's a transformative process of education. Let me share this video.
We have conducted a study on virtual reality learning. We found learners in VR required less time to learn. They had higher emotional connection to the content, higher confidence, and were less distracted during the training.
So that gives us like a bit of an idea of how the engagement happens. And traditionally, we have been able to work in learn, train, perform, and collaborate modes. So when we say learn mode, it is like going into an area where it is easy to create the content. And these are some videos which you'll be able to see and appreciate. So this can be done using your mobile phones itself. Then in the past, we have seen studies where it can lead to unhealthy escapism, but we are not passive. We are not like just seeing the screen, we are participating. So this video will put us into that perspective. For this process, you're able to scan the actual object and bring that into real time. And we are doing this in an aircraft hangar, as you see, and coming into a workshop mechanism also. Okay, we go for a digital twin, and let's see what we are looking at next. You are not alone. As I'm participating from Singapore into the event in Bali, here you can invite other students from anytime, anywhere to participate. And this is where the collaboration comes together. You are represented by your avatar in this environment. Now, we see that it is a very challenging environment, how these structures, these environments are being built up. But what we are trying to address is bring like real-time engagements by providing...
I use jet engines like this in a lot of my projects.
Engines and work. This is the currently selected item.
So we call this as contextual learning. Now, how does this help in actually a real life scenario? Now, this is something what we call it as walk and talk. Let us understand this whole process. I have to give you
EON Metaverse Builder, where you'll be able to create entire metaverse worlds consisting of multiple objects and environments. Begin your creation journey by selecting your very own custom avatar. You can select from a bank of avatars that have been previously configured and saved to your profile. Design, edit, personalize the appearance of your avatar from an assortment of physical traits. You'll begin your journey by... In text-to-speech, you'll be able to select audio output in over 49 different languages and select multiple voice types.
An anesthesia machine is a medical device typically used to administer inhalation anesthesia.
Una máquina de anestesia es un dispositivo médico que se usa para generar.
Das Narkosegerät, welches zum Narkosearbeitsplatz gehört.
Look at an X-ray using the X-ray viewing box. We're also going to cover the basic elements of an anesthesia machine. Notice in the very back, just a little detail here, we do have international sockets and various equipments that we use, so be sure to be familiar with As you can see, avatar guidance will allow you to bring your custom breathing gases to prevent CO2 retention and carbon dioxide poisoning. In step 3,
so this is a full process wherein we can do the staff training in the hospital without like they going into the ICU wards. And the reason we had to do like this is during COVID time, even the medical communities were not able to go inside. So now let me come out of the medical example and share what we are able to do. We are able to go into building metaverse experiences, customized avatars, focusing on like TV training, addressing virtual museums, architectural landscapes. So whichever the domain you are engaging your students, we are here to provide the platform so we can build the customized content for you to engage your students. And it doesn't just stop at one aspect, because we also provide up to 5.1 million 3D assets for fast import and loading. Means you don't have to sit and create the content. We are able to provide the content along with the platform for you to customize it to your students. And how do we do that? Now, these assets are not just developed by EON, but together with our partners, we are able to work this through and provide in different areas. I will not read all of them, but you see the headlines there. And how do we engage the partners, especially the academic partners? As I shared, like we have different tools where it is not coding, okay? It's simple touch and go, how you would be able to interact. Let us see this.
Hello, today we're going to talk about EON Interact, which allows you to create various tools, such as rotation. So you can create a rotation interaction, interconnected rotation if you prefer, multi-axis rotations of your objects, as well as more convoluted ones. You can also use a flashlight cone that makes selected components brighter and turns light on and off, so you can have various light sources. You can also add to objects smoke and fire.
So these are like real-time physics, real-time reflections, all being embedded in the product itself.
Or in general. You can still have the grab and move component that enables you to, and that can have different tools. You can use.
So you have a data set and a library associated with the full
You can have a warning light
platform
that snaps into the component. You can have a proximity sensor with dangerous items and gas. A light bulb that snaps on top of the component vertically. Multiple light sources from neon to not.
I'll stop there because these reference examples goes on and on. And also when we collaborate, we are looking at like different sort of skill sets that needs to happen. Some of them are formal universities. The other is like through experiential learning where creators are from any part of the world. So we go for a collaboration approach here, and you can select your own institute space and you can come on board. We open it up as like a piece of land for you to participate. And this is like the direction which we are working on to bring the features and the possibilities, like to connect the educational institution into the knowledge metaverse platform. And we have done a big effort from the time like we saw how the pandemic has made the change in terms of education, teaching and learning. So if you see like in 2022 specifically, all the research, the feedback from the customers has helped us to build new products, which helps you to have both in-person and online collaboration, and also the assessment, review, student engagement. All this is being tracked also, and we are coming up with some new products and features also. So towards this extent, my chairman also has produced a book called The Knowledge Metaverse, which is on Amazon, and later on we'll be happy to share a few copies online. We will be able to share that based on the email, what our team would be able to collect there. So what is EON's mission? We are here to provide you to learn better, train faster, perform more effectively with less risks, and also collaborate. This is how we bring the whole engagement forward. And I would like to stop here and like allow our MC and also the facilitator to see if you have any few questions for us. And because the presentation continues for long, and in the interest of time, also other speakers and other commitments, I would like to take a pause and give the stage back to our MC.
Give applause for Mr. Sunkad.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is a very interesting share of what is EON do. And I really want to put my eyes on the VR and AR of your program. Yeah.
Definitely, my colleagues are there. They'll be able to guide you through as we move forward.
Yeah, thank you.
And also there are some demos that's available.
Okay, but first we move to our third speakers. Last but not least, Dr. Ethel Joan Atienza, or he is a learning management and implementation specialist at the Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, or SEAMEO Innotech. Joan has been working in the open and distance learning courses design, development and implementation for 22 years. She is currently the course manager of Innotech Flexible Learning Courses for teachers, schools head, and educational personnel. Her technical competencies include educational project management, international training management, educational innovation and technology, instructional design of open and distance learning course, adult learning, and competency-based assessment. She has a postgraduate degree in educational management and project management. Joan was a finalist in the 2021 Asian Association of Open University Meritorious Service Award in recognition of her contribution to the open and distance learning field. Could I please ask the audience to give an applause for Joan? Please.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Okay, let me just have my presentation load. So I'm Joan Atienza, I'm from SEAMEO Innotech. I'll begin by introducing my organization, SEAMEO Innotech. So SEAMEO is an acronym that stands for the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization. SEAMEO is an intergovernmental organization of the different heads of the education sector in the different Southeast Asian countries. And as an organization, the objective of SEAMEO is cooperation among the Southeast Asian countries in the areas of science, culture, and education. SEAMEO, as an organization, is composed of 11 member countries. So it's like ASEAN, with the exception of Timor-Leste being included as a SEAMEO member country. SEAMEO has 26 regional centers scattered throughout Southeast Asia. And these centers are focused on either science, culture, or education. And we are one of those centers whose focus is on education, specifically educational innovation and technology. So we are known as the Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology. In terms of open and distance learning courses, we have been doing that for the last 16 years. These are just some examples of courses that we have primarily for teachers, for school heads or school directors, and education personnel. So those are the audiences of the courses that we have. Most of our courses last for 2 months to 3 months. Some are self-paced. Some are where we divide the learners into classes of 10 to 15 learners per class. And the other ones, they are in a MOOC format. And just to give you an idea of the scope, SEAMEO Innotech is not a very big organization. There's only 75 permanent staff and another 75 project-based staff. So we're a relatively small organization. But in terms of the scope of what we do, for example, from September of this year to December of next year, we will be covering at least 62,000 teachers, school heads in one of our projects. The reason why I say is at least is because we run several different projects, working with the ministry at the central office level, working with the ministry at the regional office level, and working with them at the division level. So we do courses for these levels of the ministry. It is within the context of this capacity building development that we came up with our next project, which is called the Game On Project. So this is a game development. As an institution, our objective for developing this game is to come up with a game that can be used as a standalone tool or something that we can use to complement our existing courses. We also wanted to, and I think this was mentioned in the presentation of EON Reality, really the coming together of the different industries. So this particular product is the coming together of the education sector, the film sector, and the game industry. Now, this game that we developed, being for teaching and learning, so it's an example of GBL or game-based learning, there has to be a learning objective in the development of the game. And in this particular case, our objective, the learning objective of the game, is for the school head, who is the primary target of the game, to facilitate reflection amongst them in terms of their leadership inclinations. And for all others who will be playing the game, to promote empathy among those in the education sector. So I'm going to show you the teaser of this game. Let me just play it.
Maraming naganap sa nakaraang taon. We were faced with uncertainties.
You're a good teacher. I'm proud of you. Kaya lang, kulang ka sa training eh.
Balikan natin yung rason kung bakit natin pinili ang profesyon na ito.
The question is, are you ready to own the challenge?
So it's really a film, an interactive film that we made into a game. Right now, the beta version of this game is already available for download from the Google Play and Apple App Store. So you can search for it, The Principal Simeo Inotech. Now, what is the thinking behind the development of this game? Well, in all of our years trying to develop the capacities of school heads and educators in general, we know that the school heads or school leaders face many different decisions as the manager of the school. And it is really in making these decisions that they can make the difference for their students and also for their teachers. And to be able to meet the competencies of an ideal leader, they need to be able to reflect on those decisions, on the why and how of those decisions that they are making. We chose a choose at your own adventure type of approach. So it's a decision-making game. In this game, it's like a film, it's a story, where at some points it will stop and then you will need to make decisions. The story proceeds according to the option that you have selected. And then behind the scenes, as you're making those decisions, you're being quote-unquote scored on your leadership inclinations. In this case, we call them the leadership tropes. Now, why did we choose film as a method for delivering the game? Because we have always believed in the power of stories and the lived experiences, particularly of educators. When you sit down with an educator, you can have endless conversations about the things that they have experienced, the challenges that they are encountering. And even in our face-to-face or online courses, we have always believed that there is power in getting and extracting these stories. They learn from these stories. Here's an example of one decision point in the game. Let me just play that.
Maraming naganap sa nakaraang taon. We were faced with uncertainties. However, your commitment to serve our students remains strong. Now that we face a new chapter, you may be wondering about me as your new principal. Please know that you and I have the same goal. Ang makamit ang hiraya, ang makapagbigay ng mataas na kalidad na edukasyon sa ating mga mag-aaral. But to achieve this requires that we learn, unlearn, and relearn.
So this is an example of the principal, who is the protagonist in the film, making a speech, no, in front of the students, in front of the teachers. So a decision point is presented whether, as she continues her speech, she will announce the new teacher coordination assignments or retain it as is. So the film will continue based on the selected option. And at the end of this game, the player will be presented with their top 3 evident leadership tropes. So there are actually 6 of them. So when they click on each of these one, they will be given more information of what those tropes are. And they will also be shown specifically which decisions led to those options. So this is in the hope of being able to facilitate reflection about those decisions that have been made. So how did we develop this interactive film game? There are 2 main components. One is the interactive film. The other one is the leadership scoring framework. Now, both equally important in this development. All of our courses are anchored on what we call the competency framework for Southeast Asian school heads. We also have a competency framework for teachers. So basically, this is a framework that spells out the domain of competencies, the enabling competencies of an ideal Southeast Asian teacher and also an ideal Southeast Asian school head. This serves as our curriculum for when we develop our courses. So since this game is an example of game-based learning, we have also actually anchored this game in this competency framework. Now, the domains of a Southeast Asian school head in this framework are the following: stakeholder engagement, personal excellence, instructional leadership, managerial leadership, and strategic thinking and innovation. Now, when you're developing a project, you also have to consider your capacity as an institution to develop that project, right? You work within the means that is provided to you. Our intention is to develop a short game, given the resources that we have. So we have decided to focus not on all of these domains, but on one of them, to serve as the main anchor as far as the competency covered in the game. We decided to focus on the managerial leadership competency of a school head. Now, what is included in the managerial leadership competency of the school head? This includes managing school resources and systems, managing staff performance, and managing sustainable school programs and projects. So why focus on managerial leadership? We noted that if we focus on that particular competency, it best lends itself to visual representation, particularly because our presentation is in the form of a film. So when you talk about managing staff performance, which means teacher performance, or managing the day-to-day activities of the school, readily you can imagine something very concrete. So it is easily executed visually. At the same time, when you're talking about managerial leadership, it does not exist in a vacuum. It always interacts with all of the other domains of the competencies. So it's easy enough to draw or connect it with all of the other competency domains. So in terms of the film, the major task here was to develop the screenplay, or in layman's terms, the script of the film. So this project was developed at the height of the pandemic. So how did we do that? Much like how you would create or develop a film, you first conduct a research. So in our case, we first conducted an informal survey among school heads where we asked them, what are your most difficult but common challenges? Now, why ask about what's most difficult? Because when you're talking about film, you need to have a compelling story. If you want a compelling story, there has to be a clear dilemma in the story. So we asked them what's the most difficult. Now, why focus on common? Because we wanted the story to be relatable. Something that if you're a player, if you're the principal, you know it could also happen to you. Now, initially, we were thinking about we were so excited about the story. We were thinking about maybe it's something like somebody committed suicide among the students, and trying to make it a compelling story. But then we went by what is relatable but still compelling. And in this initial survey, what came out as the top answers include, this is our general categorizations, things related to finances. Principals are always concerned about fundraising for projects, unexpected school expenses, policies related to liquidation of the expenses in the school. Another top answer was they have too many things to do, unscheduled meetings, additional projects, too many paperwork or report that they have to do, they have no time for instructional supervision. Yet another answer is things about teachers, teacher absences, the lack of teacher competence, teacher conflicts, teacher evaluation, promotion, ego, rivalry. And then about students, poor student performance, dropouts, student behavior, and then many other challenges that they have identified. So through this survey, it gave us seed ideas on what the story could be as far as the film is concerned. So we followed that through by focusing on our now selected anchor competency, which is managerial leadership. So we specifically asked, we conducted another survey and specifically asked participants related to these competencies of managerial leadership. We asked them, first, to provide specific situations that serve as an example of those competencies under managerial leadership. Second, to provide specific decisions that they make relative to those situations. And then, the challenges and context of these given situations. So this now this allowed us to deep dive on the possible story that we could have as far as the film is concerned. So out of this research on what the storyline could be, we came up initially with sort of a skeletal framework of what the flow of the branching narrative could be. You don't have to be able to read it. This is just to show you how each of those boxes pertains to a particular scene, a scene in the film that we have identified. So first, we plotted it on a skeletal framework, like this decision will go here, this is what will happen next, and things like that. So this served as a guide for us to see how the whole film will flow as far as story is concerned. And on the basis of this skeletal framework, we then came up with a script, the actual screenplay for the film part. Now, it's important to note that there are constraints in doing this story. Because number one, you wanted to create a compelling story. But at the same time, you should not forget that there's supposed to be a leadership scoring framework behind this. This is not just about creative storytelling. There's something about leadership that needs to come out of the game. At the same time, you're trying to manage the game complexity, because the intention was to develop a relatively short game. Now, we cannot afford to create a big game because we're not a game studio nor a film company. So we decided, in terms of our approach, in terms of the story, we will focus on the story of a fictional principal, Dr. Josephine Cruz, who's newly appointed in a fictional school, Hiraya High School. We were specifically vague about the fact on whether the school is public or private, because it allowed us flexibility in terms of what we can present in the story. And just to share some things about the way we did the filming, in total we spent 6 days of continuous filming. Again, this was at the height of the pandemic. So for example, for the filming, we had to move it several times because it required us to gather people in one place, which was not allowed during the time of the pandemic. It was under a semi-locked-in filming, which means the main cast and crew could not go home during the time of filming, also because of restrictions and for health considerations. And we were also affected by the pandemic because we were then forced to contain the filming in our office. While it is about a school, we could not go to an actual school because of the restrictions. So we had to recreate everything in our own office. So these pictures will show you, for example, we would create different sets. This would be like the old teacher's office, the new teacher's office, the old principal's office, the new principal's office. This would be the classroom. This would be the house of the student. So we tried to recreate all of that. Okay, I'll speed this up. So here are more pictures of that. Now, post-production, we came up with a total of 58 videos, ranging from 1.5 minutes to 7 minutes. So that's the film part. Second major part is the leadership scoring framework. So for this part, we should not forget the learning objective, which is facilitate reflection among one's leadership on one's leadership inclination and promote empathy. So we came up with what we call the influential leadership tropes, which describes how leaders are seen or perceived by their followers. So this became the anchor on the leadership scoring part. These tropes were based on the literature on primal leadership of Goldman, transformative leadership, and destructive leadership. So we have these 6 tropes. So every decision that is made in the game is tagged by a specific leadership trope. When you're playing the game, you don't see it initially. It only comes out at the end of the game. We, of course, provided definition for each tropes and whether that decision will lead to a positive or negative influence. Now, in doing this leadership scoring framework, it's also important to understand the constraints. Number one, there's an attempt to create a profile because we want them to reflect on their leadership inclinations. But this profiling is limited to the decisions that they have made in the game. So it's not meant to be like a scientific leadership profiling. It is limited to the decisions that they have made in the game. So I'm just going to skip through some of this. Now, in developing that branching narrative, we also already tagged every decision by what leadership trope it is. These served as the guide for all of those involved in the project development. This is coupled by a scoring register, which summarizes the decision point, the trope, and the influence. Now, we also conducted a validation on 2 things. Number one, on the tagging of the leadership trope, whether first we did the tagging ourselves, and then we had to validate that with other experts to see if it is consistent. Number 2, we had to validate the tagging of the influence, whether positive or negative. To validate the first one, which is the tagging of the leadership trope, we conducted a survey among school heads again, where we presented to them some of the options and asked them to identify what particular trope it is. To validate the second one, the positive or negative influence, we conducted a focus group discussion amongst teachers because they are supposed to be the subject of the leader's decision. So the FGD allowed us to get more insights from the teachers on why they would say one is positive or negative. So through this validation process, we were able to be secured about the tagging that we have made as far as the tropes as well as the positive or negative influence. Now, a little bit about the game programming. It was developed using Unity. We also looked into the user interface. This is a very simple game. Just point and click. That's the only action required of the player here. There was a little bit of concern about the file size because it's a film. That's why when you click on the app, the first thing is it loads some of the, quote-unquote, loads some of the assets before, so that to avoid the lagging of the video. When we did the first release, we also wanted to get the initial reaction. So just to share with you, we noted that a lot of those who played the game played it continuously, meaning in one sitting, they would play the game within an hour or 2. We also asked them to, if they believe the result, the top 3 evident tropes, accurately represents who they are or their leadership inclinations, and 95% said they strongly agree or agree. We asked them what their initial thought was on a scale of 1 to 5, rate the game. 74% rated it 5, 20% rated it 4. What did they like most about the game? Generally, that it is interactive, that it presents real scenarios. Suggested improvements include it should be longer, they want more plot twists, some were looking for season 2 of the game, some were concerned about the loading speed. So what are the next steps? We will continue to promote the game. We are now using it in our courses as a complement, no, to some of the activities within the courses for school heads. We will continue to gather feedback, and we are open to partnerships. For example, if you want to translate the game, that's why we have provided the subtitle. If any institution would like to use it, let's say you want to translate it in Bahasa and then disseminate it here, we can give you the game. Okay? And we already have plans to expand the game. So finally, just to echo what our panelists said earlier this morning about technology in education, I would like to reiterate that technology by itself, of course, does not make learning better. I think we already know this. It is really you and me who will make it better, the way that we use technology, the way that we would capitalize on the difference that technology makes is what will make learning positive for the teachers, for school heads, and for society in general. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Joan, for your interesting speech. And I think we'll have still have time for question and answer session. Is there any audience that eager to ask something to our speakers? Oh yeah, just one. Okay, Bu Astri, monggo.
Thank you for the time. So my question is for EON Reality. Yeah, I went to the booth and I used the simulation and I don't know, I cannot find a shortage. So everything is mostly perfect. But I have one question. I haven't asked to you the question. So can this EON Reality be integrated into our Moodle or our e-learning? Because some of the simulation, the human eye anatomy or maybe other simulation is very interesting, mostly for the teacher or lecturer who want to use this kind of simulation. So one question, can be this AR or VR can be integrated into our e-learning? Okay, the other question, this is for Mrs. Ethel. Okay, I just, one of the conclusion of your game, I don't know, is it right or not? So this game is to reflect the actual leadership. Is it correct? Yes. Okay, so is it possible to change their actual leadership? And it's very interesting that you say that we can use that game and maybe change to our language. Very interesting. Thank you.
I think Mr. Siva will write the question from Bu Astri.
Yes. Yesterday she came to my booth and we discussed about how easy can create the contents and other stuff. The answer is yes, for integrating not only Moodle, Blackboard, or any of the LTE models, you can use it. So no problem, you can make it.
All right, so I hope I understood the question correctly. You were asking if it's possible to change the language?
So the game is reflect the actual leadership. Is it correct?
All right.
So my question is, Is it possible this game, it can be changed or make it different?
Okay, Bu Astrid,
Yeah.
she's got the...
So if it's possible to change their answer. Yeah.
The leadership of the...
Yes. Yes. Because you can actually repeat the game as many times as you want. And that's part of really our intention. That's why we say, in terms of the constraints, it depends on the your responses in the game. Like, it's possible that you will deliberately not choose what the answer that you would otherwise choose, just to test what the other options are, or just to see how the story will go. Or let's say you played for the first time and these are your top 3 tropes, and they say, I'm curious, what will happen if I had chosen that option? What will be the next story? It's possible, and that's fine. That's fine. I mean, when you bring out a product, a game like that out there, you really cannot control how people will play it. What they benefit from it is partly also dependent on them. And we imagine that this can be played individually. Maybe I'm a school head, I'm playing it by myself. Or as we are promoting it, you can play with your teachers. Ask your teacher, you also play it. Wait, let's compare. What's your answer? Maybe you will experience my challenges as principal trying to make these decisions about you guys. And then they can discuss it during their meetings. Oh, what were your results? You can play this on a PC, so you can project it. So when they have a meeting, they can answer together. So there's many ways by which they can play the game.
I think she's already answered your question. Okay? Oh, no more question. I've been told no more questions. So that will conclude our session. Thank you very much for our distinguished speakers.
Thank you all.
And also for the audience. Thank you very much. Big applause for our speakers, please.
Thank you very much for our speakers and moderator, Ibu Duri. Please kindly stay on the stage because we would like to present a token of appreciation for sharing your expertise in this session. Therefore, to present the token of appreciation, I would like to kindly invite the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of UT, Dr. Muhammad Yunus SSMA, accompanied by Ibu Dewi Atati Patmo Putri Ph.D. and Professor Daryono. Like to kindly invite Ibu Duri as well for the photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for our speakers and moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching our next agenda for the parallel session. Please find the schedule and rooms for the presentation of the parallel session in our program book. 2022 INNODEL will continue with conference reflection and forward after the parallel session. But before that, there will be also a distribution of invitation for gala dinner for presenters. Therefore, please return to this room at 5:30 p.m. You are welcome to join the parallel room and get your coffee break as you leave this ballroom. Thank you, and may you have a successful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to leave the room and proceed to your parallel sessions room. The parallel session will be in Jepun, Pucuk, Celagi, Cemara, Cempaka, Kelapa, Kemangi, this ballroom, and Kesuma. A signboard will guide you right outside this ballroom.
kepada pemakalah yang di sesi pertama yang di ballroom, dipersilakan untuk maju ke depan. Kita ada di meja depan di sini. Oke, berenam ya. Oke, kepada Bapak Rahmat, kemudian Ibu Eka, Ibu Nisa, Ibu Jamil, dan Bapak Abdul Ghafur. Dipersilakan di sebelah sini.
Tes. Tes.
Halo, oke. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, baik. Ini kita ada di sesi 1 ya, Bapak Ibu. Mohon maaf kepada peserta yang lainnya jika mengganggu karena kami jadwalnya memang di ballroom. Kami dari apa ya ini yang sesi pertama di ballroom. Oke, maaf jika mengganggu ya. Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is our agenda for presentate our research, and we have 6 participants. That Mr. Rahmat, and then me, Dia Nur Santika, and then Eka Julianti, Nisa Arafia, Bapak Jamil and Abdul Jalil, Bapak Jalil and Abdul Ghafur. For the first, thank you for coming. We have an hour for our presentation, but each person can present the presentation for just 5 minutes, not included question, because the question we will start from the last presentant. Okay, who will first the present?
Rahmat Wirawan, silakan.
Bapak Rahmat or Bapak Jalil first? It's okay, it's Bapak Jalil. Bapak Jamil ya. Siapa Pak? Bapak dulu. Oke. Oke, first. Oke, thank you.
Silakan Bapak Rawi.
Nggak usah sampai di depan. Oke. Belum. Oh iya, oke. Auzubillahiminasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah ma'ba'd. Rabbi syrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Alhamdulillah, thanks for Allah Subhanahu wa taala cause chance and help we have together in this room. And then salam and salawat for Prophet Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, thanks for moderator because give a chance for a present about virtual reality based legal profession MOOCs program. Okay, next. Okay. The development of technology requires each individual to be able to adapt. Technological advances have an impact on various sectors of life. Thus, advances have an impact on the mindset of individuals who want practical things so that they can maximize time with other potential activities. This is what makes the need for practitioner service in developed countries increasing. The need for service here, especially legal practitioner. Next.
Lanjut aja, Wi. Ini
Yeah.
Lanjut aja, Pak.
Oh, okay. The service of legal practitioners in developed countries are urgently needed, not only regarding individual personal matters, but also corporate needs. The need for legal practitioner is not only related to the judicial process, but also related to the needs of individuals outside the judicial process. PowerPoint. Okay. Related to this topic, we divide the discussion into three sub. The first, need-based legal. Need-based legal about legal profession, yeah, legal profession. The need for legal practitioner is increasing. Oke, ya. Oke. Need-based legal into three subs. The first, legal profession. Two, legal knowledge. And three, a job market. About legal profession, the need for legal practitioner is increasing. The service of legal practitioner in developed countries are needed. Various private or public files require the presence of legal practitioner, especially activities that have a legal event implication. Sure. Okay. Ya, langsung legal knowledge. Okay. But the fact that the need for legal practitioners is not worth the excessive resource. In fact, at least the ratio between the population and legal practitioners, especially lawyers, is one. Okay, next. Okay, two, legal knowledge. As a civil society, of course, there will be interaction between individuals and individuals or the certain groups. This interaction that allows the occurrence of a legal event, the implication of which is born a legal event. Therefore, the community also needs basic knowledge about legal practice so that it can minimize the occurrence of legal conflict between individual to individual or individual to certain group. As for a basic practical knowledge that can be obtained without having to go to formal law school, such as making the right letter of agreement, sale and purchase, debt agreement, and the other technical things. Next. Three, job market. Data from the Central Statistic Agency show, as of February 20 and 22, the employment rate in Indonesia is recorded at 5.38% of the total working age population of 208 and 54 million people, and as sourcing 14% of the 208.54 million people are diploma and bachelor graduates. Okay. This is the significant change in the higher education curriculum, which was based on the practice of the file of work, then more an academic theory. This has been realized so that currently vocation class have begun to emerge that accommodate the need for student practice experience. However, the experience of practicing law for the job market has not been fully accommodated. Through MOOCs can provide practical experience to students, improve practical skills, and have the opportunity to get certified to support work and be counted of the job market. Okay, next. Oh, conclusion. Next. Nggak bisa juga ya. Oke. Jangan masuk gitu ya. Oh ya. MOOCs program, massive open online course, or known as MOOCs, is one of the certified online course program. With MOOCs, it is hoped that it can provide practical experience to MOOCs participants as capital for needs of job market demand. the Open University, Universitas Terbuka, as the organizer, has the obligation to issue a certificate of completion of the course to participants who are declared pass based on existing professions. The certificate is a requirement if participants intend to take a professional test at professional organizations such as PRADI, Asahi, and AMI. Okay, next conclusion. Next. Okay, conclusion. With the implementation of VR-based MOOCs, virtual reality, in collaboration with institutions of or authorities to organize programs and issue legal profession certified, opening up opportunities for the birth of legal practitioners who are reliable and able to contribute in terms of surfacing the increasingly high legal needs of the community. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad, for giving us such information in interesting presentation. For the next presentation, will be delivered by Mr. Jamil. Lama nggak soalnya? Katanya mau dibenerin dulu atau mau jalan? Jalan aja. Jalan aja ya Pak ya? Sambil aja nih sambil. Sambil aja. Tanpa yang nggak ada layarnya nggak apa-apa kan? Takutnya di peta kan? Nggak ada layarnya di sini. Saya mau dibenerin dulu. Nggak apa-apa. Nggak apa-apa. Nggak apa-apa. Terus ya Pak.
Tes. Oke, dilanjut.
Please, Mr. Jamil.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for given to me the presentation. Before our presentation, I will be myself. My name is Jamil and lecturer of Universitas Terbuka Makassar. I will presentation the article in the title, The Student Perception Analysis of Universitas Terbuka Makassar Online Learning Service, Evaluating the Quality of its Innovative Integrated Webinar Tutorial to Web Learning and Management System LMS. Let's move on. The introduction, the webinar tutorial, assistant service and learning management, the excellent future offered by Universitas Terbuka to facilitate superior learning and online study assistant. A student perception of understanding, appreciated on service, procedure, and quality of learning and service are very important assist a student in obtaining the complexity they want to achieve in each subject area taught. And next, the object of the investigate a student the perception, the innovative online learning service through the integrated webinar tutorial using the synchronous Microsoft Teams application, the asynchronous learning management system at Universitas Terbuka Makassar. And next, the method. Analyze both method, descriptive and qualitative. In population, student, Ph.D. student, ongoing registration 2021, and sample probability 2019 sample. Then a question, online question by Google form. And the next, the result help improvement the student in mastery of subject given the module. And second, support success independent learning. And three, strengthen the understand of important concept and of learning materials through discussion as activities. Increase the understand of the subject matter BMP, bahan materi pokok, or module. Encourage and conductive, enjoyable learning atmosphere. The perception very good, 5.09%, and category good, 41 and 90.95%. And bad, then good, this no. And now result, the feasibility of webinar tutorial to web learning management, very good category, 59.10%, and good category, 40.19%. Yeah. And now, learning through LMS and 2Web in line with the learning character in distance education student. And very good category, and 92%. And good category, and 38%. And now, the conclusion, the first, perception on quality student academic service in very good category at 58.09%, and good category at 51.95%, emphasizing the importance of webinar tutorial on learning management system. And two, the management webinar tutorial to web combine the learning management system, help a student improve subject material mastery BMP to a great extent. Thank you very much. Finished my.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jamil, for the presentation. For the next presenter is me. I will present my research, but I don't know. The monitor can we play, Mr. Ivan?
Belum bisa, Mbak.
Oke. Jadi kita ini ya, nerawang dulu ya. Okay, I will. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you. I'm Dian Nur Sandika. I come from Universitas Terbuka, the study program Information System. I would like to present about ROS, ROS is robot present. Robot present design for face recognition in virtual classroom with CNN or convolution neural network. Okay, for the agenda is introduction, and then RootMind, reference, user interface design, database design, CNN architecture, and summary. For the introduction, I would like to talk about the virtual room. The virtual room is a very popular room during the pandemic, especially for distant learning, such as holding classes in a virtual room. The virtual space has proven to be effective in motivating student learning, which has been proven by Eileen et al. In 2021 in their research which discussed the use of online learning media at the lecture level. Another research has finished by Yusrizal and Fatmawati in 2021 conducted training on the use of online learning media, which saw an increase in teacher understanding in using this online learning media. Okay, and then the design a robot present ROS, the attendance will be done automatically for both presenters and participants. So in the real world, we especially we can use sign to record our presence in the classroom, but in the virtual room, we can use our face to take a record. So we don't have to take sign, we just front of the laptop and the system will record our attend on the classroom. Especially I would like to show the user interface, but it can't because the system could be something wrong with the system, but I will try to explain my user interface. Okay, it has it's okay.
Or you can drag the monitor free if you want to drag the monitor. Up to you whether you're moving to that one, go to that.
Cek. Sebentar. Mas, LED. Sudah bisa, Bapak Ibu? Maaf ada kendala sedikit. Mbak Dian, ayo.
Okay, introduction. The next introduction, RootMind. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mas Ivan.
Lanjut.
Okay, this is the RootMind. Yeah. I have the training and testing. The training is when we would like to train our data, train our face to the system. And the testing is when we finish, yeah, so we can just we finish the system. We have the pre-processing on the training. We have the pre-processing. We use our face, and then pre-processing with smoothing, and then CNN with artificial intelligence, and then CNN model and database. The CNN model is a weight from each phase, the student or the tutor. Yeah. So we save all of the weight on the database, and then on the testing, the student and the tutor have to take a picture from the Zoom, yeah, the Zoom monitor, and then the system will take pre-processing and CNN, but has a different CNN model with the training. It's more simple CNN model, and then we has present the database, and then the database will show who are the student on the virtual room. Okay, next. Okay, this is my literature study. Research conducted by Tirupal et al. Is system that can detect many faces using image processing, method local binary pattern, and hard cascade feature. And then furthermore, is by Kirana and Isnanto in 2016, explain the use of the Viola Jones image processing method and PCA. Another research that analyzed the library ability to recognize face has been carried out by Suwarno and Kevin with the result, the CNN and HOG. And I use CNN on this design. Okay, next. Training user interface design. Okay, like I explained before, we have face. We assume that we have 20 students and 1 tutor, so any face can detect automatically. They don't have to take a picture first or another thing. They just open the laptop and then come to Zoom or the another meeting virtual room, so they can training, and then for the next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you. This is testing. It's similarly but different because in the testing user interface design, we don't have to train on or save to the database. We just show the picture, so the Zoom monitor, and the rows will be detect who the person. Each person can detect the namely. So you don't have to take a sign or take the pen and write who the person, but the system has know each person on the screen. On the screen can be screen Zoom or screen Google Meeting, yeah, Google Meet and other virtual room. Okay, next. Okay, this present user interface design. Now on this user face interface design, we can collect, yeah. So the system will save all of the name by the next, the slide before, the name by the person. Okay, thank you. And then save to the database. So the could be Moodle or e-learning or anything can know who's the person has attended on the class A or on the class B or any classes. And then, okay, please, next. This is database design. The tutor, the student, and the material can be saved on the database with the relationship database on the many database. We can use MySQL or we can use SQL Server or any more. Okay, next. Okay, this is the architecture of CNN. For example, I have a picture and I will get divided the picture on many box, and the box will be counting with convolution and nonlinearity, and then each box will counting too, and we have a smaller box than before. We have a max pooling. On the max pooling is we want to put on the fully connected layers. On these layers you can put the max pooling, and then we can use whose target. Whose target here is tutor or student. Okay, next. And the classifier network training and testing. The testing just use the feed forward and training, feed forward and back propagation. Okay, next. Okay, conclusion, thank you. Protect the attend link by irresponsible people. System that can record the presence of student and tutor in virtual classroom automatically. The ROS design robot present has been produced in a virtual classroom using the CNN algorithm. The design is divided into 3 parts: is the user interface design, database design, and CNN architecture design consisting of feature extraction network and convolution and non-linearity. Okay, next. Okay, next again. Could be, okay. This is, we thank the Universitas Terbuka for supporting moral and material assistance to the ROS designed for face recognition in virtual classroom. It can be carried out properly and according to the plan. Okay, thank you. That's my presentation. Good. I hope you all understand. Okay, I'm a moderator again, yeah. Okay, for the next, the presentation will be Eka Julianti with improving student digital skill through the MOOCs program. To the Miss Eka, please.
Thank you. First, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the time. Today I want to present about my idea about improving students' digital skills through the MOOCs program. Asrot, please. Next. The background from my idea is it's undeniable that one of the goals of a person receive higher education is to get a job, is a decent, fun, enjoy, and in accordance with the competency possessed. Next. Second, along with the changing times, the type of work has also changed. Some jobs become obsolete and new ones emerge that require visibly different experiences and skills than are needed today. The last, in the Universitas Terbuka curriculum, there are no courses that support students to develop digital skills. The last curriculum only adds how learning and entrepreneurship in digital era. As information, we have 2 courses in Universitas Terbuka, that's belajar di era digital and kewirausahaan di era digital, but the courses only theory, not given practicum to our student. So we need improve the skill for our student when they enter to job market. Next. In the fact, 200 million internet users in Indonesia. According to data in February 2022 from We Are Social, 200 million internet user in Indonesia, equivalent to 73 of the total population. The society needs digital skill because they are considered important for today. As a pillar of literacy in the information index and data literacy, it is deemed necessary for the Indonesian people to have the ability to access, search, filter, and utilize any data and information received and distribute to and from its various digital platforms. According to Forbes magazine, there are 4 digital skills that must be mastered and developed to thrive in the new world of work. The first, digital literacy, how to use devices, software, and application. The second, data literacy, the importance of data and how to turn it into information and something of value, maybe such as statistic. Third, technical skills, the practical or physical skills needed to get the job done. And the last, digital threat awareness, aware of the dangers, of the dangers of using digital device and have the tool necessary to keep yourself and your organization. In the last, we talk about security in our organization. Next. So what we must do? We must always keep up with changes, keep learning, innovating, upgrading our knowledge, technology, and skills by accessing learning resources which are currently abundant and easy for us to get whatever our current profession is. Next. Our formal education must also continue to improve, provide quality education, and must be able to adapt in order to compete with platforms that provide non-formal education. Next. Based on the data in second slide, referring the trend of Indonesian as the highest consumer in use of the internet, this is an opportunity for lecturers, teachers, and practitioners or experts to share their knowledge online to students or widely to general community using a platform that can facilitate these things. What the platform? Next. Next. Yeah. This is it, MOOCs. Now we, all of us know what is MOOCs, massive open online courses. And why we must choose MOOCs? The first, next. MOOCs are educational facilities that carry the principle of openness and take advantage of technological to enable the involvement of a large number of participants. Second, with such characteristic, MOOCs open up opportunity for the wider community to learn non-formally. And the last, this opportunity is increasingly being used by people, not only people from developed countries who are far more technologically literate, but also people from developing countries. Next. The result talking about the success of using MOOCs in improving skill is Rishi Cynthia Johan talking about improving from for their librarian, where librarians improve their information literacy skills by participating in online learning with the scope studied, identifying or information needs, information retrieval, information packaging, and information sharing. The next, the Roxy Gamex find the MOOCs In particular, has common pedagogical features such as small chat video, quizzes, peer and self-assessment, and forum. The conclusion, next. Through the MOOC form, an overview is obtained of compiling information literacy skill and information package based on information and communication technology as a form of service in library, learning being trained in large open online access packages and needs to be carried out and developed. Second, given the increasing number of MOOC learners during the COVID-19 pandemic, it is critical to support learners' self-management skill. The finding of this study will be beneficial to support learners' self-management, not only MOOCs, but also in general online education. But further research on the enhancement of learning goals, time management, resource management, and user experience design to better navigate MOOCs is needed. And I think Universitas Terbuka needs to develop several MOOCs because we have MOOCs in LPPMUT, classes that can support digital skills enhancement for students to be able to enter the job market. Next. Oh yeah. The last for me, thanks for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, take applause for Miss Eka Julianti. Okay, for the next present will be attended by Ms. Nisa. Open and Distance Education to Promote Political Participation in Indonesia. Please.
Okay, thank you to the moderator for giving me the opportunity. Dear Honorable ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wishes to all of us. Okay, I am Nisa from Pancasila and Civic Education Program Study. And my study is entitled Open and Distance Education to Promote Political Participation in Indonesia. Please, next slide. Okay, various previous analysis and research conducted by Gabriel A. Almond, Sidney Verba, and other younger political experts showed that higher education is one of the institutions that play a role in building a more democratic society. Universities with neither conventional nor open and distance education system have the same position in strengthening community participation. However, interestingly, the results of a recent study show that open and distance education has a lost mission because they fail to provide socio-economic development to the whole society, including knowledge about participation in political activities. Based on this gap, the researcher, as me, aims to empirically evaluate the political involvement of Universitas Terbuka students through this study. Next slide, please. This study used a quantitative approach with a survey design because it attempts to provide a quantitative description of the political participation of undergraduate sociology study program students at Universitas Terbuka in Malang. These respondents were selected based on previous research, results showing that higher education content, especially curricula that develop language skill and citizenship or social science curriculum, have an effect on shaping participation in democracy. The questionnaire comprises 3 indicators: involvement in voting, political discussion, and activeness in forming and joining interest groups. The questionnaire was validated using content and construct validity. The analysis technique used descriptive statistics. And the result of the study shows several findings. Move to the next slide. The first finding is youth are often described as apathetic or politically uninvolved, especially concerning more conventional forms of participation, namely participation related to voting, political discussion, campaign activities, forming and joining interest groups, and individual communication with political and administrative officials. Other empirical evidence shows that while youth are standby citizens, two types of youth are genuinely passive, unengaged, and disillusioned. However, research results on students of the Universitas Terbuka for Sociology Study Program in Malang showed otherwise. As shown in the figure, the political participation of respondents in the youth category is included in the very high class. The average of 27 students reached 83.82%, and political involvement in question includes conventional political participation, namely participation in voting, participation in political discussion, and activeness in forming and joining interest groups. In this case, participation and role in the organization one follows. And the second result, most of the youth who are respondent are rational voters. Please move to the next slide. Based on the data on student consideration in choosing candidates, 84% of youth are not fixated on similar organizational background, and 86% don't use money politics as a basis for voting, and 77% are not influenced by gender issues. This means that youth are assumed to have sufficient knowledge and information and be able to assess the political problems and candidates based on rational consideration. Based on figure, the average youth belong to a very high category in organizational activities, such as being willing to be a daily administrator, actively contributing to administrative actions, and having clear goals in joining organization. In addition, the average participation of youth in general election is 84%. In other words, the contribution of youth in participating in available election activities is categorized as very high. And the third result, please move to the next slide. Based on the observation that have been made, the Universitas Terbuka can promote political participation in broad sense to its students through various activities. Please, next slide. First, active participation can be stimulated during independent learning activities using newly developed interactive teaching materials. Stimulation can be carried out intensively through in-text activities, even though the activity is closely related to the field of study of each study program. This activity can be a form of habituation to being proactive. And second, the Universitas Terbuka, a pioneer of open and distance higher education, can promote political participation through various learning assistance services. Universitas Terbuka provides such as online tutorials, radio tutorials, webinar tutorials, and so on. And transparency in assessment, information disclosure, and the services provided to students' participation. So that this can make a real contribution in demonstrating participation in building the nation and states. Based on that result, there was a conclusion that this study directly refuted previous studies, which stated that youth were considered apathetic and passive, but the survey of students of various ages shows that most have participated actively in political activities. Incredibly, conventional political participation in universities with an open and distant system. Political participation can be promoted through independent learning activities, study assistance services, and community service activities. Nevertheless, this study still has limitation, namely not being able to generalize the results of the research due to limited respondents, and the questionnaire instrument is still limited to conventional political participation. So I suggest for the researchers in the future, I hope that they can develop more credible political participant measurement tools and examine it using a more comprehensive approach. That was the study I've been working on, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nisa, for the presentation. For the next presentation by Bapak Abdul Ghaffur with utilization of learning video to shape students' independence in learning. Please, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The distinguished INNODEL participation, I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to present the result of my research with title on utilization of learning video to shape student independent learning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ini mana nih? Ini next. Okay. I was interested to do this research for some reason. The first reason, message study material due to pandemic. The second reason, low learning outcome. And the third reason, need to study independently. The fourth reason, less interesting learning video media. And the fifth reason, the result of research on learning video have a positive impact on learning. Nggak bisa. Di situ jalan tapi di LED nggak berubah. Oh gitu. Terus? Mana? Next. Di situ next. Please next slide. Okay. Okay. There are two goals in this research. The first goal to describe student response to learning video. And the second goal to describe student independent in learning. Lagi. Research methods. This research was conducted in a private school in Surakarta City. The subject of this research was students of class 11. The study used combination research. Students are asked to watch learning video that have been uploaded in YouTube. The questionnaire distributed contained question with alternative answer using a Likert scale. Instrument used to measure independence include honesty, responsibility, and discipline. This is the result of my research. The first objective in this research to describe student response to learning videos. In this slide, the research asked the student about how clear to text, sound, and image are in the learning video. Result, 44.2% of students answer that the sound contained in the learning video could be heard very clearly. 37.2% answer that the sound in the learning video can be heard clearly, and 11.6% of them answer that the voice in the learning video could be heard quite clearly. Okay, the second research. This is the response of the student when learning with video. When I ask the use of media, the student 36% answer very helpful. And this aspect of honesty. I asked about to think about the aspect honesty. The first question, have you watched the learning video from start to finish? The result can you see in the slide. And this is the second result of independently. Ini the third result conclusion. Based on the result of the research and discussion that have been presented, it can be concluded that the first student have a good response when learning to use learning video. Most of them state that they were happy when learning using learning video. And the second conclusion, students could study independently even without teacher supervision. Most have independent character, such as being honest, responsibility, and earnest in learning. That's all my presentation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore.
Terima kasih, thank you Mr. Abdul Ghafur. It's the last presented from our class. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this seminar. I'd like to thank the speaker for the informative and interesting presentation, and all the participants for the very active participant. Finally, give the applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, sebelumnya coffee breaknya sudah siap di luar untuk teman-teman yang ballroom 1 tidak ada ya. Jadi disambil ya, boleh dibawa ke ruangan untuk yang presentasi di sesi kedua atau ketiga, begitu ya Pak Adi. Terima kasih. Oh, kami mau foto dulu ya sebentar, sesi 1.
Boleh aja. Bu Heni ada? Oh, Bu Heni Kurniawati nggak ada? Oh, berarti kami cuma 3 orang. Bu Ruli soalnya masih datang. Oh, udah selesai? Oh, ya udah. Oh, boleh.
Pak Yasir.
Siap.
Bener, Pak.
Aman, siap. Oh, Bu Kartini di mana? Itu juga.
Sambil bawa mic. Nah. Ya, Mbak.
Pak.
Sudah?
Oke, Pak Yasir.
Baik, terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mungkin soundnya bisa dikecilkan. Terima kasih. Good afternoon Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. My name is Yasir Riyadi. I will be your moderator for the second parallel session in this ballroom. So we have 4 presenters here, but before we start, I would like to inform you that I have 3 cards here. The first card is 5-minute cards. The second card is 3-minute card. And the last one is 1-minute card. So we have strictly with our time. So if I already give you this card, you have to pay attention with your slide and also your time. Each presenter has 10 minutes to present their presentation. Maybe after all the presenters finish their presentation, we will have questions and answers. Okay, so we are going to move to the first presenter. To Ibu Ami Hibatul Jamil will be the first presenter, then I will be the second presenter, and then next Ibu Lian, the third presenter, and the last presenter will be Ibu Afriliani. So please Ibu Ami to present your paper. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone and distinguished presenters. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the moderator for giving me the opportunity to present. Please introduce, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ami Hibatul Jamil. I'm a lecturer in Universitas Terbuka from Educational Technology Study Program. Right now, I would like to present my paper entitled Designing a Science Mobile Learning Scenario that Implements Inquiry-Based Learning to achieve better inquiry skills. Next slide, please. Next slide. I cannot operate this, sorry. Please move on to the next slide. Okay, so as the introduction, I would like to divide into 3 sections. The first is learning science, why and how. The second is inquiry-based learning in science education. And then the last one, mobile learning. Is it enhancing learning science? And then for the first section, which is learning science, why and how, we know that science is built from the questions and the human inquiry, yeah, so through experimentation. So that's why, next slide please. Okay, so this is the introduction. I would like to restate. So the introduction, I would like to divide into 3. The first, so learning science, why and how. Yeah. So we know that science built up from theory and human inquiry through experimentation. Next. So this is also in line with the statement from NSES, which is National Science Education Standard, that state that inquiry is vital. And so students should integrate scientific knowledge using their critical thinking and logical thinking. And then this is also in line with Indonesian national curriculum that said that it emphasis on inquiry-based learning with scientific learning approach. So we should focus the science education on knowledge-based authentic learning experience with experiential learning or situated learning. Okay, next. Yeah. All right, however, we should also consider the challenges and constraints. The first, the expected or the desire is that learning, science learning should facilitate students' experience, and then thus learning should also facilitate inquiry skills through inquiry-based learning. However, there are also some challenges. First, on how to structure science teaching that also accommodates the goals of scientific inquiry so that it can enhance the learning of science concept through, and also make connections. All right, so how to overcome those challenges? So we require new strategies to expand students' learning experiences through using new technologies, and that technologies should also support inquiry-based learning. And so, when I do the literature study, and I find that mobile learning is also can enable inquiry-based learning. How? So, mobile learning is the new opportunity for also students and learners to enable studying in a real-world context, not only in the classroom. So mobile learning, more than just about connecting context, it is also creating or exploiting context. And it is in line with UNESCO 2013 that said that mobile devices can support personalized learning to maximize understanding. So this is really in line with the requirements of science should involve inquiry skills. And then I used the mobile application, which is Arduino Science Journal application. And then it is actually can give student access to conduct a robust observation by collecting data by their sensor built in their smartphone. So our smartphone is actually have the sensors built in to also access something like acceleration in physics. Okay, so yeah, this is the screenshot of science journal apps. And the context of my paper is actually from it's physics, which is acceleration topics. Why? Because it is in line with the needs of physics to have experiment, and then so the students have to do the real world observation also in the, and solve problems in real world context. All right, so this is the application that accommodates data collecting with their sensor built in. All right. Okay, so this is implementation of inquiry phases that derive from the from two researcher: orientation, conceptualization, investigation, decide conclusion, and share and reflect on my progress. All right, so the aim of this study will be designing effective science mobile learning scenario to promote learners' science inquiry skills. And then the research question, how can effective science mobile learning best be designed to promote learners' inquiry skills in acceleration topic in middle school science? And then the design and methodology is design-based research, and the learning scenario is designed to address the purpose of the study. Okay, so design and methodology. All right, so first is the design-based research is implemented design-based research is a new approach in educational research, and then it should be iterative cycles. However, in this research, it is just the beginning phase, which is implementing phase, and then it's the first cycle. And then participant and context, so I designed the learning scenario, and then I involved 6 science teachers to review on the learning scenario, and then they give commentary, and there will also be interviewed. So the methods of data collection is commentary and also interviews, semi-structured interviews. And then after the interviews, I do the data analysis using thematic code analysis. And then the workflow of the study, so first I design the learning scenario and then review the learning scenario, and then the teachers will examine the learning scenario and they give commentary and interviews. And then according to the data analysis, so it will give recommendation to redesign learning scenario. Okay, so this is the finding and discussions. The first, in implementation of inquiry phases, the teachers or the informant, the participants said that the learning scenario is suitable with their curriculum and teaching needs, and also the learning scenario implemented did demonstrate each of inquiry phases that really important for students to excel in science. And then inquiry can also construct understanding, and then learning best occurs when students are engaged in finding answers to the real world context. All right, so the second is about the mobile application and the acceleration topic. So yes, this mobile application enables learners to engage in a broader range of informal learning activities and allow personalized and seamless learning because they can use their mobile phones to record and to give data. And then it enables everything stored digitally. So from the Science Journal app, it enables students to collect data of the acceleration, and also they can take notes, they can type the notes, and also they can use the camera feature to also include in their observation data. And then practical experience enables learning in more just the mind, it develops skills. So they will be trained on how to collect data in the real world context. And then the last one is actually in order to redesign the learning scenario, there are some recommendations from the participants. The first is comprehensive classroom management, so they need to have the strict rules for the using of the mobile application for the smartphones especially, and then revisit previous lesson to provide some bridging to the previous information and the new information, the new knowledge, and then the need to include experiment in all the physics study, physics learning, and then additional deeper learning is also needed so that the students find more meaningful experience in learning physics. All right, so we come to the conclusion. All right, so first, the utilization of mobile learning, which is Arduino Science Journal, is beneficial. It will help students to collect real-time data, and then collecting data is really central in scientific investigation. And also, this learning scenario suggests a role for effective learning scenario in promoting inquiry skills. And then, some recommendation in order to redesign or the second iterative cycle of design-based research include the first, comprehensive classroom management, revisit the previous lesson, the need to include experiment, and also additional deeper learning for a more meaningful physics lesson. All right. So So that's all my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Ami, for impressive presentation. So we are going to move to the next presenter. The next presenter is me. Okay, Mas Ivan. Ya.
Yang mana Pak? Ini
MOOCs, the development of tourism.
Coba ditampilin dulu Pak. Make sure ya. Soalnya dia ada dua. Ininya benar yang ini. Iya. Yang ini bukan Pak?
Bukan, satu lagi.
Oh, oke.
Ini setelah ini. Ini setelah ini gitu.
Yang ini ya Pak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I will going to start about the presentation with the title, The Development of Tourism Promotion MOOCs on Social Media. As you might know, social media is really impressive and popular. Everything can go viral. Next slide. So the trend in the academic world at universities, we can see an open course that anyone can follow massively online. MOOCs, or Massive Online Open Course, is one of the tools that we can use to learn about distant learning, which is wider and more massive scale. And the global community's interest in MOOCs continues to increase. Based on the statistic for the next slide, as you can see, the traffic here during the pandemic, MOOCs is significantly increasing, whether everyone can learn in online and open course through MOOCs. Next. The purpose of this study is to provide access to higher education for all Indonesian people without exception. Around 2% of its students. Okay, next. Yeah, the research method that I use in this paper is research and development to produce certain products and test the effectiveness of this product. And the product produced in this study, it is the form of the massive open online course with the title Tourism Promotion on Social Media. So in Indonesia, social media, everyone uses social media. Is it in Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and many things. But if you use social media in certain ways, we can promote everything directly, viral, and with the positive impact to everyone, so everyone can know what is your product, what is you are going to do, and what is your purpose. The next, findings and discussion. At this stage, we interviewed the tourism expert, which were conducted to find the material needs that must exist in MOOCs. So we asked them and interviewed them about their expertise with the response about their experience and opinions regarding tourism promotion in Indonesia. And based on the interview with the expert, the tourism promotion in Indonesia still needs improve. So the tourism promotion strategy has yet to be implemented effectively and is still conventional. So most of some part of Indonesia, for example, I'm from Jambi. In Jambi, we have a temple, we have Merangin Geopark, we have several places that should be promoted from social media to make people outside of Jambi will know about the Jambi places. Next. According to the expert, our informant, knowledge about tourism promotion is really important to increase tourists. And the technology also developed rapidly, so especially through social media, everyone can post it, anything that they like, make it viral and positive, so everyone will promote about tourism through social media. For example, for this event in Bali, everyone posted our activities here in seminar, so everyone will know about the activities, the Bali promotion, and everything about Bali. Next. So the description of MOOCs assessment, that the sentence effectiveness on MOOCs based on the expertise, the first, the average eligibility percentage for each indicator, 80.5%, which means the effectiveness of the sentence of these MOOCs has met the very good criteria. And the average eligibility percentage for each indicator is 77.5%, which means that the sentence on MOOCs are communicative by meeting the good criteria. And the last one, the language, understandability or MOOCs media that we already make, that the average eligibility percentage for each indicator is 79.5%, which means the language in this MOOCs media is easy to understand with a good predicate. According to the percentage of this aspect, the result of the overall average assessment of the MOOCs language eligibility is around 79.17% with the good interpretation. Last, next slide, the conclusion. Based on this research, it can be concluded that the importance of skill and knowledge is how to promote tourist destination. And I will believe that everyone in tourism places which can promote anything in social media, so everyone outside of Indonesia, outside of this place, can introduce about the positively, the effectively about that area with the social media. And this study focused on developing tourism promotion MOOCs in social media using IDA model, which consists of 3 parts. The first one is need analysis. The second one is development stage. And the development of MOOCs, creating existing content and displaying MOOCs consists of 7 materials. The first one is tourism promotion potential. The second one, introduction of social media as a tourism promotion. The third one is writing social media tourism promotion. The fourth one is social media photography technique. The fifth one is tourism promotion image selection. The next one is tourism promotion content. And the last one is social media management for tourism promotion. So as you might know, in social media, updated daily activities of each social media is really important to make the engagement between users and also the admin. So the admin can make their creativity to improve their social media to engage the others, so the others can know better about the situation, the condition in this area. Next. So this is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. So we are going to move to the next presenter. I would like to ask Ibu Masrial Miliani to present paper. Mas Ivan, the next one. The next presentation is about the digital transformation in circulation service, librarian performance in Jambi. Yeah, so Ibu Lian.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will present my presentation entitled The Digital Transformation in Circulation Service Librarian Performance. At the Regional Library and Archive Service Jambi Province. Okay, in introduction, about circulation service. Is it the pulse of all activities of a library, because service activities for borrowing and returning library materials are services that are directly felt by users. The success of a library is measured by how far circulation service can meet the needs of users. About performance, a process of how takes place to achieve work result. the result of the work itself also indicate performance. And librarian performance, the librarian performance is the achievement of the work performance of librarian in carrying out the task of managing the library according to his field of work to the goals and function of library. And the problem, the first about optimization technology, and the second, user difficult to find the information and search. The third, the collection is not proper and not in the orderly pattern, and the end, the quality and optimization of librarian. And then the problems. The first about performance, and second about problems, and the third about strategies. The methods. Method with qualitative research with a descriptive approach, and location in Dinas Perpustakaan dan Arsip Daerah Provinsi Jambi. And then about digital transformation. Next slide please. About digital transformation. Oh, ada. The first about technology, communication, data, Internet of Things, and then networking. The next slide about subject. The first, head of library, manager, users, librarians, and students. Next slide about discussion. Next slide please, discussion. Next. Slide of discussion. Next. Okay. The Jambi Province Regional Library and Archive Service, previously named the Jambi Province National Library, was found in 1980. And librarian performance in circulation service, the use of facilities, scope of service, duties of librarians based on SKP, satisfaction, performance indicator, quality of work, quantity, timeless, effectiveness, independence. And then librarian obstacles in improving performance in circulation service, in service and human resource facilities and infrastructure. And librarian strategy in improving performance in circulation service, additional human resource, rehabilitation, and additional facilities. And the next about conclusion, next slide please. Performance of librarian in circulation service at the regional library and archive service of Jambi province. And it is quite good, also not fully optimal. Librarians work together in carrying out their duties and function as librarian. And then obstacle to librarian in improving performance circulation service at the regional library and archive. The number of librarian is still lacking. The facilities infrastructure are inadequate, such as broken computer, broken lights in some rooms, and then the strategy of librarian in improving performance circulation service at the regional library and archive office of Jambi province, increasing the number of library managers, repairing damaged facilities and infrastructure, such as broken computer and lamps. Okay, thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Ibu Lian. Ibu Lian is from UIN Sultan Taha Saifuddin Jambi. Okay. So we are going to the last presenter. So I would like to invite Ibu Afriliani to present her paper about developing augmented reality.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this chance. So, can you present the slide, please? Can you display the slide? Okay.
Yes.
While we're waiting for the slides, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Afriliani. I came from the English Literature Program Study, Universitas Terbuka. So, today I would like to present to you our research entitled Augmented Reality in English Phonetic System. Maybe some of you have already familiar with the name of augmented reality, but I bet you are not really familiar with what is phonetic system. So before we come to our content, I would like to raising the problem why we take this title for this research. So, you imagine you are an English student and you learn English and you learn about the sounds and you enter Universitas Terbuka. As a student of Universitas Terbuka, you are entitled to study independently. You have module, you have online tutorial, but mostly our material is in written text. Meanwhile, the phonological system, or in our lessons is in Introduction of Linguistics, in the sounds acknowledgements, you have to learn about sounds. We have to fill the gap here. How can we learn about sounds in English? Meanwhile, we just read the module. So that's why we have to find the solutions and make it as augmented reality. So what is augmented reality? Augmented reality is defined as real-time direct or indirect view of physical real-world environment that has been enhanced by the addition of virtual computer and generated data to it. In here, we take a mobile application as a ER platform. Next. Next, please. So, the aim of this research is, first, exploring AR learning in English phonetics on phoneme. So, I would like to explain what is phonic and phonetics. If you are familiar with the alphabetic system in Latin, A, B, C, D, until Z, but do you think the sounds system is like the Latin alphabet? Of course not. When you say 1, 2, 3, 1 is O-N-E, but we say it want. So there is a difference between what is written and what is said. So if alphabetic has 26 characters, phonetics, or the smallest system of the sounds, has 44 characters. And we expect our students in English literature know 44 characters of the sound in English. So that's the first. And the second is, after we address the problem, we gather the material, we invite the expert from two established lecturers that have been graduated from Edinburgh University. And after gathering the feedback for the experts, we have to describe the example. We reference to the Oxford, the Oxford dictionary, and also the voiceover. We take the native speakers that have British accents. And after we integrated our applications, we try to planning the future evaluation technology. Next, we would like to telling you the process, how we make it, the application. So this is what it's called the focal track. This is all the animation we would like to make it 3D, all from the lips to the trachea or the lungs. Next. And this is the 44 characters of the sounds. We have, so English sounds is quite different. You see the character E with dots and E without dots. It's very different. When I see sip and siep, it means different. Sip means couple, and siep means kambing. That sounds is make it different in meanings. We say it's phonetics, and we make it 44 animation in 3D with the voiceover with native speakers into our augmented reality that we have to expect that our students in Universitas Terbuka have the best material indeed in English phonetics. Next. Back. Okay. And this is how the flow of the application we make. From the vocal itself, it's divided from monophthong and diphthongs. And then we come to manner of articulations. Manner of articulation is how the sounds is made. For example, if I say A, and for example, E and O. E, my lips is getting wider. When O, my lips is getting rounded. That we call it rounded and unrounded lips. And when C, if it is consonant, we have to consider two kind of things. First, of place of articulations, and second is manner of articulation. Place of articulation, for example, the sounds P means bilabial. Bilabial means two lips comes together, P. When we call this manner of articulations, it means when the air flow. Whereas we say P means there is air in our trachea, is stopped a little while, then it's released. This is the manner. Next. So this is the monophthongs. Next. Next. This is diphthongs. Imagine this is your mouth. This is up, center, and in the back. So the E, U is produced in the up, the letter E, A, O in the middle, and the letter A, O in the back of the mouth. Next. Next. And this is a consonant. This is more difficult rather than a vocal. Even I didn't really remember all of. But for example, next. So with all this, the complicated things in English phonetics characters, we would like to make applications. First, we have to log in. Then we have the list of the phonetics. We have this, we call it AR. Actually, this is a 3D image. When you scan Universitas Terbuka logo, then it will appear a 3D image that you can make it front and make it, you can see the up, front, and back. And this is a 2D image, two-dimension image that students can learn by itself. Next. Can you play the video here? Okay, this is the screenshot of our applications. Please play the video. This is the tutorial, is video.
Videonya bisa di play, Mas?
Videonya.
Ada diklik.
Ya, diklik, didekatin kursornya di sini, terus diklik.
Coba di play.
Okay, this is our applications. So you can see the vowel and consonant, and you can click it. And there is the exercise, the vocal track. It's getting quite big time. Okay, the vocal track, there is, and we come to the exercise. Okay, this is 44 example of exercise. We hire native speakers and we double check it with 2 experts. So, because native speakers don't speak like native sometimes, they sometimes have what we call idiolect. Idiolect is a person's preference of talking. Next slide. And this is one of the example of the letter. Can you play the video? This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is when you say L. L, when you raise your tongue into your palate, or we call it velum, and the air released from the trachea, or no, the air is pumped from the lung, go to the vocal tract, and the air is not directly goes out from the mouth, but is kind of fricative in the value. Yeah, this is not ready yet. We have to collaborate 44 characters in our applications and expected to be finished at December. And the conclusion is we plan to have some evaluation when it's come to 1 year after it release. Before I end this presentation, I would like to send the acknowledge. Thank you very much for LPPM Universitas Terbuka, especially for Research and Innovative Department, to fund our projects until today. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great day.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Afriliani, for a wonderful presentation. So I would like to invite for all the participants, if you have any questions or comments regarding for presenters, Ibu Ami, saya sendiri, Yasir, next Ibu Lian, and the last one, Ibu Afriliani. Any questions or comments? If there is no questions, I have a question to Ibu Afriliani. So what is the problems or the idea, the first one, when you develop this augmented reality of English phonetics model? Do you have any barriers, problems in developing this application or something?
If the questions is the problem, the problem of developing these applications, okay, the problem in developing these applications is teaching the developer like students, because our developer don't know what kind of program they will doing. So we have to conduct lectures for our developer. Even our developer have like 2 or 3 times meeting that we have to comprehensive understanding what we want first. And if you ask me the problem why I take this topic is, first is my personal experiences. Even I graduated from conventional university, that I can contact to the lectures at any time. I still cannot understand this subject better, but I imagine how our students that intended to study independently, how they can learn about sounds where they are when they don't have example or exactly simulations visually and audio for them. So we like to develop this program. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibu Afriliani. Since we have limited time, so I will have to close this second parallel session. Let's give big applause to all presenters. And after this, we are going to have photo session and continue with the last parallel session. So for all the presenters, Ibu Ami, Ibu Lian, and Ibu Afriliani, we are going to move with your certificate. We're going to have a photo session together.
Nggak dibocorin. Coba bumper sekali. Bumper. Speaker yang
ini belum masih. Kenapa? Mau ditutup? Udah tahu. Saya tergantung pandemi.
Oke. Mau ditutup aja. Zoomnya.
Ya kalau gitu doang, bumpernya nggak apa-apa.
Enggak, ini soalnya yang sesi 3 pagar maunya di meja aja, dia nggak mau paparan via LED. Jadi mereka kayak FGD gitu. Iya kayak FGD doang. Ini matiin aja kan ya zoomnya ya. Oh ya udah. Matiin aja ya. Ini gue suruh masnya ya. Oh iya nih ngobrol.
Halo bang. Ya, ini selain Zoom yang dimatikan, terus untuk streamingnya gimana? YouTube. Streaming YouTube-nya bang, streaming YouTube. Itu masih di on kan apa mau dimatiin juga?
Tapi di udah lagi makanya kalau memang bisa di-cover, kalau nanti kan nggak bakal apa-apa tuh.
Saya ngikut aja sih, kalau streamingnya mau di off kan ya saya off, tinggal off aja. Oke, tadi zoomnya dulu ya, saya matikan ya. Kalau memang udah
itu kalau soal duit kan mungkin ya batasnya nggak usah pusing, kitanya yang aman kalau sebenarnya matiin ya. Nggak boleh matinya kalau mau cepet kapan?
Zoom ya.
Udah matiin ininya tuh.
Tinggal itu
Live streaming ya. Karena kita ngarep. Dimatiin juga nggak?
Tergantung, kalau mau dimatiin tak matiin dari sini.
Oh dimatiin dari sini bisa.
Di sini tapi di sana udah tinggal mandiri aja. Tapi nggak dapat gambar kalau mau